Good morning, good morning. Starting in a couple minutes. Good morning, good morning. Get going soon. What's up, guys? Checking everything here. We're getting set up. Getting started in 1 minute. Hit the like, hit the like. All right, and my sound is good. Last thing I'm checking. All right, looks good. Let's get going. All right. So, we're back. We're live. What time is it? Yeah, London hour trade. Let's get that marked up real quick. Don't miss it. Let's see if we get a setup there. London hour trade. First thing I'm looking for. Get caught up on the background. See where we are. I believe we're in a markup. Oh, we made a slightly new low in the very last 5 minutes before the top of the hour. Okay. Oh, well, it's toying with the low maybe here. General projection here. Now that we just quickly get this marked up. Let me see this. Should be here. Looking very different, huh? And that should be there. Okay. So that's the first thing. We got our levels for the London hour trade. Video on my channel explaining the rules. Most of you here know it. What times? All right, so we have at least 4 minutes now. Minimum before any entry. Okay, so where are we? You know, everybody loves the doom and gloom, but I'm kind of bullish. I'm kind of thinking things are going to be okay here. The U.S. dollar coming down, coming down, coming down. So we had, of course, the end of last week, first Friday of the month, the big news, and that's what that is. Very simply put, nothing complicated. It's high volume. What's the result? Higher prices and a very strong up move. Is there supply weakness coming in? Very limited. Very limited. So this is a real move, right? It wasn't sold into, right? Real deal. So U.S. dollar driven, we have that situation everywhere on the U.S. dollar pairs because of the U.S. dollar doing that on the news. It was too high for its own good anyway. It needs to come down. But that's the reaction everywhere due to the Friday news. Very, very weak U.S. dollar. Everything bullish against that, right? Extremely high volume leading to a real deal up move. Not a trap move. Effort versus result. Real deal. Yeah, I don't like using two hands. Did I check if the music is legal? Oh, nice track. Oh, thank you, Warren. That's all things that I have been involved in to some extent. Whether I just mixed it or I played everything or whatever in between. So I already know what I can get away with. So I'm not going to get the copyright claim. Yeah, I actually made a playlist, so we're good. We're good. We're not streaming music from YouTube anymore. I gotta get my mic a little louder. Check, check, check. Okay. So keep an eye on the London hour trade. Meanwhile, looking very, very bullish, right? Now it's on the dollar pairs. The yen pairs, are we looking at the same thing? And there's Friday's news, which also came in on the yen as high volume. And similar result. Not quite as bullish, but you have the same reaction. Higher prices after that effort, after all that activity. Whoever sold chasing this stuff, you know, they bought into it. Smart money. Okay, so we got to watch this thing. So generally bullish. We have weak dollar, weak yen, right? Also yen. Not quite as weak. It's kind of sideways. Okay. The story in the market right now is the weak dollar. That is the story. Until further notice, you want to be buying against the dollar. Of course, you could scalp in either direction, but generally our background is quite bullish. All right, so let's keep an eye on this guy. Now, do I want to take this trade? If the London hour trade sets up, let's say short, on a break of this properly. Just talking about our bullish background, and now we're looking at a short. But hey, you know how it goes. Sometimes it's got to go down before it can go up. Hunt some stops. What's happening here? So, you know, again, like we did this live tested as a self-contained trade. And then as I worked it in and trading it on my live account since the end of last year, trying to work in any additional analysis along with that setup that could help confirm or not. It is a 6-1 overshoot. We've seen this before. Potential setup in this spot. I think it was the other way around a couple of times. So this is already because of the 618, and we have a little swing point here. I might as well mark that. That is volume okay on the breakout candle? It's a bit on the high side, but not bad. Yeah, I technically did close as an entry. I'm not rushing in this second. It's kind of medium. The lower the better if we're going short, so it's not low. The 1 minute shows a little too much excessive activity. This is exactly the price area we don't want to see high volume. So that is not a good start, right? So far the information is if it's a short, it's not a great short. Let's see. That stuff can fix itself if we close down on really low volume. Maybe I'll get convinced. But I was saying, yeah, the 618 level here, which is just of this up move, right, and the fib retracement there. 618 is an area that's going to reveal buy activity. If they're there, right? If they're out there, they're here. And then we have a little swing point. So, but generally, you get a little activity here no matter what because of that spot. But it definitely gives you a pretty straightforward read on the buying activity. We saw some already popping up. This is, again, a little too high for a short anyway. And the 1 minute certainly had a bit of too much volume in that price area, too. That's the highest volume on the 1 minute since whatever that is, 20 minutes. Right into that spot. So, and you already see the immediate reaction. So we do have some buying into this level, right? Is it enough volume to go long would be the next question. Right? Yeah. Yeah. As we say about that, the higher the better, right? So it's kind of just medium there. Medium. More times than not, we do get a setup on this trade, but not always. And last session, which was Thursday, it was all the big news, and that was understandable. But again, it's not a great start. If the volume was, just to be clear, right, if it was low, the lower the better, especially if it was decreased here and kept decreasing, I'd be already short. If the volume was higher, it would be really good to look for this to confirm as soon as possible the fake breakout and look for the long. But if we can get a little more info on what's happening here, right? Maybe we get rejected off of here, off some very high volume. It looks like the buyers are here, right? It's a lot of activity, or at least too much to go short, and we see that price rejection so far. But again, it's also kind of just medium. What about the pound dollar? Okay, we're not there yet. The dollar is the focus right now. That is the main event. See what's going to happen with that today. Things are generally bullish. Again, based on the background, we are in markup phase. If we come down, look for reaccumulation, right? Generally, if we go to our background, our 1 hour, while we wait here. And again, scalps could go either way. London hour trade could go either way, but our sort of white coffee and VSA, I do it my way kind of thingy. The bullseye trade, that would be the trade of the day under the circumstances. If we move down, we're looking for strength. And we could mark up areas that are quite obvious to find that. Here would be one. But lower prices will generally show us, as we're in this bullish environment right now, lower prices will generally show us how excited, where, if, how much buying is coming in. So if we get any sort of drop into new low ground here for the day, fib area, resistance turn support, confluence with 618, right? These are the spots, 50 fib. That will show us and give us a potential entry if we have that strength show up small time frame. We're kind of skipping back and forth because I'm keeping an eye on this. All right, nothing yet. I mean, if you want to take that long, it's kind of not great. The higher the volume, the better for the long. So it really could be better. If we kind of zoom out, where are we on that volume? Why is it all... Let's see. Yep. Really could use a bit more if I was going to go long. Definitely don't want to compromise, obviously. Again, more days than not, this does set up, so if it's not good enough, it's not good enough. We'll see here. Maybe one last attempt to move down that gets rejected, very high volume or whatever it is. I think we already kind of got our answer. Maybe the pound dollar can still give something, but it's just factual, right? There's some buying. It's not high volume strength that we would want to depend on going long. And again, if it breaks down, we don't want to go short with that buying coming in. 1 minute detail shows that. Oh, what's going on here? I didn't check news. Let me do that. I gotta switch. 1 second. Tuesday, January 10th. No high impact news for the pound. Canada in an hour. Okay. But yeah, we're going to get some moves again on the dollar today. It's all about the dollar right now. What else this week? Tomorrow's light. Oops. Yeah. All about the dollar, U.S. dollar. That is the king of the market right now. Follow the dollar. Follow the yellow brick road. U.S. dollar. So not good enough, huh? Not good enough. At least not yet. It's nice when they set up immediately, but it doesn't have to. But, eventually there should be a cutoff time. If we can close down on low volume, I'm still going to go short, right? Whoever was willing to buy there did so, and then the demand would be gone. And then we did get this sort of unusual, sudden, and made me want to check news. Like, is there a news? It just kind of came out of nowhere, this activity, and we'll see the result of that. So if this higher activity result is low prices on really low volume, it's likely to break out to the downside, just even by that analysis. And then that would confirm the trade. So still a possibility, right? I'll draw and get in the habit of doing that stuff. Close below. I mean, technically, that's the level we needed to close below. But yeah, no. It bounced off a little support. 618 overshoot. If we clear that, the lower the volume, the better. What's low but not too much to ask for? How about that? Can we get that? That could still come around for the short. Meanwhile, why is that like that? Okay. generally looking for buy activity to come into the lower prices. That's just one area I marked that's coming up soon. Kick out all the breakout traders up here, right? Get all their stops. If it does go lower, I mean, it probably won't, but who knows? We have larger fib areas. This already looked like it did a... Yeah, that's 618 overshoot as well. And that one. Oh, that's that small fib. So let me draw the big one too. Yesterday's low, swing point. Oh gosh. I really don't want to sell the pound yen now. You know, I'd rather do today. See it dip in here and get some huge strength and look to buy. But again, the London hour trade, you know, it's kind of weird like that. It can have you in it on the way down. But yeah, nothing's confirming right now yet. So again, with this looking to buy against the U.S. dollar, right, especially into U.S. session, I wouldn't fear U.S. news that much because of this situation. Not that I'm trading news or something, but we're likely going to stay bullish for the moment and likely move up, particularly in U.S. session, if not sooner. We'll get into the yen pairs too. So yen pairs are also bullish, just not as bullish maybe for that news, but certainly bullish. Yep. If the volume is high and it stops the progress, you found buyers, and you see our result, and this is a actual healthy uptrend. It's a real deal. We're not expecting a range or anything. Yeah, do I even want that? No, I don't. So that's the story today, but the main trade of the day, looking to buy on strength on a down move. Get with this markup on some reaccumulation. Align with the bigger money buying. The stop losses are down here. What's this guy looking? Mm-hmm. Real deal, weak dollar. That's generally a bullish outlook, generally for markets. I know it's supposed to be doom and gloom. I think 2023 is going to be all right, in my opinion. Come on, they're always wrong. Prices are going to go down. That's what I say. What? What's it called? Deflation? Yeah, that. I think everything's perfectly fine. It's going to be better at least. I'll say that. But whatever, we day trade. Well, actually, I'm swing trading and I'm holding longs on things. The market is looking bullish for now. Yep. So still nothing there. Again, this is like if we break to the downside on some very low volume. I do not like selling into a fib and all that, but yeah, I could go smaller risk and trust what I'm seeing if it's really all confirmed. Oh, yeah. Unless it really clarifies something obvious, Wixie. Agreed. Right now, it's do not touch it. But if we get really low volume into here, or let's say we dip and get some really high volume and come back, right? I wouldn't say the opportunity's gone just yet, right? If it comes in really clear. Certainly nothing right now. Very risky, yeah. Trade mail is a good. Yeah. Let's see. What do you want to see? My list got all mixed up. I don't know what I did. I got to reorganize it. Same thing. Same exact thing. Same thing. Where's my other? This list got totally... Am I even missing things here? I gotta fix up my list. Oh, there's gold. Same thing. Bullish. Weak dollar. Tell all your friends. Any particular question? You know, you see the correlation? Same exact story. Very clean market. One story today. Weak U.S. dollar is king of the market. That's what rules. That's what's going on. Even Bitcoin's looking all right. I told you it's gonna be okay. I started to see those bulls not too long ago. I posted it in the Bitcoin in the Discord. I mean, these bulls are getting a little happy. We got that supply here, automatic rally to get through, and I think we're gonna be able to get through it soon. Don't forget where we are. Accumulation. That was the automatic rally. It failed attempt to mark up. There's your supply. And it may happen again and we won't go anywhere, but we'll see. Pound yen. Okay. This would have to be really low volume to convince me. Here's what I drew as a reasonable. One minute looks okay. Okay. Yeah, it's already starting to come up. It's already higher than previous volume. On a 50 fib. Dangerous stuff. Again here, the short now confirmed with the lower the better on volume, right? It's not this stuff. It's not great. It's medium. We keep getting this medium stuff on our key spots, which tells you, there's not a great imbalance. It's a really nice close, though. It's looking bearish, but there's just too much demand here to say this is a great, well-timed, great bearish. I mean, short-term bearish, not all day. Also, with the bullish background, it might be a bit dangerous. But it already started off very mixed. And then to be going short off of that when the volume's just not low, it's just medium again. Not quite good enough. What is going on with the yen pairs at the moment? Pound is on its own behaving a bit weak. I brought this up, but it's weird. I don't know what this is. Don't worry about that. You see the pound, this down move on the last bar, not so much on the previous here. This is bullish. The yen's also down bar. These guys, similar, but not as big. Can't quite do it. Okay, no entry there. If you say bullish background is better to look for long, you would think, but my first thought today is, knowing how these things tend to go, we're probably going to move down and hit strength and move up. It's kind of a predictor of the next few hours, and the markup against the U.S. dollar is most likely to occur later today anyway. So I know it's weird and it's against the background, but in testing we've seen that it's really not a problem. And if you have a bullish environment and you get lack of demand here, it's probably going to drop down and do something here to find demand and continue. But yeah, no confirmation there. So again here, if we were selling on that confirmation, low volume, right, it's medium. And then here, okay, maybe you'll convince me after that bit of a mess and an actual balance going on, not a great imbalance. Maybe convince me to go short there if the volume's low enough. No. Medium again, right? And look at the reaction. That doesn't look like a great lack of demand there, does it? So it's a bit mixed up. What happened last time we got this result, last Thursday when we had this type of result again, this medium, not a imbalance, not looking to go either way, high probability. It chopped around for a few hours, right? It just went sideways right here. Basically, So it is a very good predictor. And again, it's showing that, right? There's enough buying to to stop the breakout, but that's about it, or to make it low probability that I can really get down. But it's not enough buying where you want to go long either, right? So that's just the facts. There's no high probability projection right here, So generally, the putting that aside, London Open, London Hour Trade, generally bullish against the U.S. dollar. That is the story. That is the story. That is the most important thing. That's the whole thing right now. U.S. dollar weak. If we get down moves, I'll be looking for strength to buy into it. If we just start trending up, there are ways to get in, including the 5-minute scalp entry, 14 EMA, which would be a scalp in the direction of the overall trend, so you never know. So that's the plan. And these, again, it's all the same, all the same, all the same. There's one story going on. U.S. dollar weakness. So again, where these things typically set up is you got to think about where the stop losses are, and then also the fib area. Bunch of stop losses down here, and of course the fib area. Business as usual there. Resistance turn support. It's not random. Everybody thinks they're smart buying right here, don't they? Yeah, the trend is obvious. Resistance turn support. You get in long, and you put your stop here, right? So, they're probably going to get it today. We'll see. There's already a little stop hunt there off of it. Maybe we go further, maybe not. Depends how much there is to grab here. But if we don't come down and we just start moving up, and of course the key is we don't see supply weakness coming in, we already know it's bullish. I don't need huge strength. I know that we're in a bullish environment, and if I'm seeing extreme lack of supply, I will find my way in long. Why are you saying, oops, Wixie, what'd you do? Do you? What's your fib numbers for gray box? It's the 50 to 618 levels, and I use them as a zone. I don't care about any of the other ones. Thank you, Wixie. Okay, so we have the break to the upside. Again, the lower the volume, the better. We got just medium again here, right? Let's see if we can give it a shot and hang out up here on low volume. Okay, that's pretty low up there. That's not bad there. Let's see. Yeah, if you look at the 50 to 618 level as a zone, where generally we're talking about uptrend here, it'd be reaccumulation and strength, particularly fake breakouts, overshoots of the 618. But all in that area, if the volume tends to increase, you're going to bounce off of it. It does really tell you about buyers, or it tells you about sellers if you're pulling up. Are we taking this? This volume has to be low. Very simple. The lower the volume, the better the quality of the trade. It's already kind of high. We have a minute and a half left or so. But if you're just kind of joining and you're seeing this, and then last week's no entry on Thursday, saying, well, this guy's ever going to get a trade on the London hour, but we do. More days than not, we do it. There's a ton of videos, live streams showing us actually doing it. So what are we going to get here? Weakness and a short? So imagine that. We get weakness, short, comes down, then we hit reaccumulation, right, and then we buy. Wouldn't that be fabulous? I think your C-vol will be is averaging down the volume. Yeah, there's a I don't know, whatever. I could use a volume indicator with one color and no moving average. Doesn't really matter. Eric Boo, how are you? How do you gauge what is average volume? Well, it's just relative to the activity in the market, right? Relative. And knowing that market opens, you tend to get a spike. Euro open, London open especially, you tend to get a spike. Today, not as much as usual, maybe. And then once you chill out and you get, 20, 30 minutes past the open, so I don't trade in this time anyway. I just want to see, let the market warm up. It gets a bit chaotic at the open. And then we get a sense of what's high and low volume here. And again, the higher the better or the lower the better on a lot of these setups. So, for example, here, this may set up for a short, and on the weakness and fake break pattern, looking for a short perhaps. On that setup, it's the higher the volume, the better the quality of the trade. Very straightforward. So we're seeing this. Pretty good. Highest volume since the London Open, right? Market open spike. So that's considered high. Just looking at, what's going on in the market, to look at the fluctuations. Yeah, this is a perfectly good short if it sets up now. So there's the volume. Highest volume since London Open. That's an hour and a half. Highest volume an hour and a half. So we consider it high, right? You don't need a moving average on there. I have it there just to annoy myself. And somebody was asking in the Discord about the trade guider thingy. No. I mean, look at that thing. Is that they're gonna make you trade better? It's gonna tell you anything you can, see. Very welcome. Thanks for the question. Probably a fake. Yep. Perfectly good short if we set up here. Oh my gosh, we're going after stop losses first, aren't we, guys? They're going to be all just down here. The first block of them. So this guy has about 3 or 4 minutes left. And if it's an immediate fake break, as in closing into the range right away here, back into the range, that is the best kind of fake break. Let's see the 1 minute chart. There's the getting above that level to show us sellers, right, where we want to see the high volume. There it is. This is a little on the lower side, still generally high here. And then this stuff, good. Right, this is all here compared to what was just happening in the market, right? We have this. I don't care, it doesn't matter what color it is, doesn't matter. You can see that this price area has more volume than what was going on before then. So there may be a short on there. Let's see. Is the pound generally strong? Everything's kind of strong against the dollar and the yen. They're all looking about equal. It's all about the dollar and the yen, which is going to be similar, making everything bullish. But for the time being, if there's supply, we could dip down and catch that. Perfectly good start to the short there. So again, not to be confusing, the background is bullish. We're in a markup bullish environment. But more times than not, that stuff, especially we're bullish against the U.S. dollar, more times than not, that's going to play out in U.S. session in a few hours. And there's no problem with if we see a signal to the downside, an imbalance, taking that. Otherwise, we just buy because it's bullish and we'd be good, right? But we know the games. That's what the average Joe Schmo Eddie did. He's long, and the stop losses are all here. Okay, so this is looking like it's, let me confirm the short on the GU. How much risk do I want to put on this thing? I'd allow for a bit more of a fake break above the recent high, so maybe a 20 pip stop or something, depending on where exactly the entry is. But I'm not going to go crazy on position size. If something else sets up, I want to be able to take it with a decent size and not have to do a small trade because I went big on this. So, all right, well, technically that's confirmed on the GU short London hour trade. I'll let you know if I enter. If price starts moving up, I'm doing nothing. It really shouldn't. All right. I'm in the trade, GU short. I am in the trade. This is the London hour trade. Has confirmed a short entry. Stop loss up here. Let me just get it in there, and then we'll talk about management. 95 is way out of the way. I don't even need to go that high. Whatever, 93. 93 is a 23 pip stop. Okay, that's fine. Just want to get it in there right away, and then, of course, management is its own thing. Okay, so I got the short GU. London hour trade short confirmed. Shorting in a bullish environment. Do you have the balls to do it? $14 pip stop? No, my stop is 23 pips. Well, maybe that's your stop. Seems a little tight. Yeah, I tell you this. If we move down today for the first, this first couple hours and all that, a lot of longs are going to get kicked out, and a lot of people are going to get pissed off. And then it's going to go up without them. That is kind of the game already. We know that. You notice the up move was really reactionary to Friday's news. Did they accumulate before this? Did they have the confidence to accumulate first week in January, end of December? No. So we may come down and really get a good reaccumulation. They want those stops, They want it all. So in the trade here, confirmed pound dollar short. Yes, sir. What's up in the chat? Range most likely in play. Okay, well, as I explained, right, probably dropping for that purpose. We got 150 pips down, 50 pip GU. Yeah, okay, could do all that. Who knows? We'll see. The farm? No, don't bet the farm. If it's going to close above, it will most likely continue. So why so? Yeah, I mean, that's a classic sign of weakness. I didn't invent that. Going into new high ground tells you about sellers. The volume is extremely high, and the reaction is that. So there's your seller activity. A lot of people probably chase that long, saying, "Okay, yeah, here we go." Right, we're going to do our uptrend now, and they put their stops here. And who knows really how far it wants to come down. We'll see how things behave. If it suggests, a really big retracement, man, a lot of people are going to be pissed off. If we come that low, right? It almost seems a little too much. I don't know if there's enough willing sellers to get it even down there, Probably just hunt some stops and get on with it. We'll see how this thing's going. Meanwhile, because they're all kind of correlating as far as the dollar pairs, so it is what it is. This became very sloppy. If anything, that's showing weakness here too. Are these all showing weakness now? No. This is actually not the worst. Pretty high probability projection that it's going to do that. On that reaction here off of some weakness. But I think things are generally correlating, and I'm already short, so I'm going to chill for a minute, not jump in anything else. It's not like a completely different story over here on the yens. They're similar, with a short-term bearish. Long-term bullish. So that's the whole story. Nice correlation. Simple. Pete, does it make sense that big money will hold their buying activity knowing small money have rushed in and set stops below? Yes, absolutely. They even may manipulate it down to grab those stops. Absolutely. That's the game. Particularly in this case, logically, just a logical thought that, again, this bullish environment came about off of Friday's news. They didn't have their normal accumulation sign of strength deal go on back there, you know? So I think they want to stock up, build up these long positions nice and low, and there's nothing better than people selling off in a price area as their stop gets hit, and they buy that. So it really, really makes sense. You know how they are. And here we go. So does that answer the question? For example, pound yen react nicely off fib area. Yeah, liquidity, whatever you want to call it. Yeah. For example, pound yen recent nicely off fib area earlier in the pound yen session. What was that? Oh, like a short here. You're talking about supply? I don't know if that's what you're saying. As far as managing this trade, obviously nothing to do yet. What's the entry? Basically, more or less 70. I wouldn't want to touch it until we get into this lower area. Obviously, risk reward wise. Now let's get into the 50s, lower 50s before we even think about doing anything, unless we see very high volume strength. Then I'll react. Otherwise, let's let it do its thing, of course. One hour chart. Oh, you're talking about some bigger stuff? Where'd I put my chat window? Oh, okay. This? Keep an eye on this thing. High volume for that time of day. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep. Yep, certainly bullish background. But for now, a bit of weakness into the higher prices. Just comparing some things relative. All right. So, in this trade so far, if I see any issue, I will manage it. Otherwise, see if we can get down to the 50 area before doing anything. That would just be a perfect day, though, to catch something on the way down early. And then as we get into U.S. session, looking for the long, if we're getting proper reaction down there and reaccumulation strength. That's kind of the template of the day. If we just move up, then there's ways to get in there, mainly seeing that there's lack of supply. So we're not caught in a bad position up there. The music still going? No. This I didn't take, but I'm keeping an eye on this. Not doing anything with that for the moment. How's this looking? No issue with high volume strength. All right, not much to do at the moment. Let this do its thing and see what else develops. What's that? They're trying to scare us out of the short. I don't get scared. That's all right. If it hits my stop, I'll just win my next 7 trades, so it doesn't matter. Hopefully. Yeah, it's the 14 EMA, and, maybe we should take it off the chart because it likes to stop the test. The best thing we could see here is low volume. We had our high volume weakness. We're testing for demand. And let's say we get low volume here as we're closing, hopefully. And then a bearish result confirming lack of demand. Yeah, not bad on that volume. Pretty low. So that's good information that we didn't get any spikes here. We have our higher volume weakness. And then the 1 minute just to get in there and see. Didn't show any strength coming in on this down move. Any issue with that, especially here. Just kind of gone quiet, testing for demand, gone quiet. What is pushing it up right now? Yeah, the US dollar. Coming down a little bit. No regrets approach. Whatever happens here, I'm fine with it. And it does make logical sense. We could dip lower today first. And of course, the setup is the setup there. Is the pound strong or is the dollar weak? A little of both. Yeah, that US dollar coming down is not helping. Well, if we come up as we get into this area, if we do, we want to see high volume again. And I would allow for a fake breakout, which is about 17, 18 pips from my entry here, which is really not bad. If I'm not seeing weakness here, then we've got a little mismatch where they sold before and they were just not seeing it again. And I wouldn't want to sit through any more drawdown than that. Let's see. Larry Jamon. Back above the London hour level. Really would be nice to get the sellers just squashing it here, huh? But we have that's why the stop is just above. Right now it's at 93 to give it that double top fake break room. Where's my stop? 93. Huh. I'm not reading too much into it. The weakness showed up. We didn't see a ton of demand or any issue. Let's see what happens here. I mean, if the selling doesn't show up and it wants to continue, again, it is a bullish background, and I'll deal with that situation then at that point. If supply is just gone. But for that to have that fake break weakness on there, you know, very high probability we're at least going to try to get to this low. So it's not behaving here unless we get squashed again on weakness. Okay, they're selling again off of that level. The zone there off of the resistance where I marked this to really show from the close to the high where that selling tends to pick up if they're going to be selling there. So let's see if they squash it down here. Otherwise, this weakness just isn't consistent in this area, the selling, and wouldn't want to hold on to it. Let's see. Anything else of interest right now? How's this going? Yeah, that's getting stuck, so. And nobody else was confirming as far as the yens on that, so yeah. A bit of buying on the pound messing this up. Buying on the pound. Well, even if the pound is strong, if the dollar index generally moves up from here, we should be okay. Keep us in it. A bit of activity there, not low, and of course that initially, but see if they hold it down. Oh, absolutely. It doesn't have to be today, of course, yeah. As far as a drop in reaccumulation, yeah. I mean, theoretically, we could see a down move for a couple of days, few days. You see it bought into, and then Thursday, Friday, we shoot up and go into new high ground, you know? Yeah, take it as it comes. All right, well, that's why my stop is allowing for a double top, even a fake breakout. Maybe the selling that was here initially is still there. The problem is after I got in the trade, the pound had a bit of a markup style. Popped up. But if we get some strong US dollar, that could overpower it. Wow, somebody just hit a big sell right there. You saw that? Was that the Lehman Brothers? Which brother? Yeah, Canada, some news, right? What time was that? In 6 minutes. Oh, wait, that's not... Was this here before? This was not here. This is... Oh, my gosh. This was not here. Am I crazy? Did I just miss it? Or this wasn't here before? They just added that. Right? Or did I miss it? Come on, that was just Canada before. Am I crazy? Correct, okay. Oh, jeez. Now we got a high-impact speech coming. Thanks. You have not refreshed yours and it's not showing. Wow. We got it to a pound trade and then now that's good. They just told us freaking 5 or 10 minutes before. Come on. Stop it. Impromptu speech? All right. Thanks. Well, I don't like that there was a little extra buying on the pound, and then now we have this speech coming up. Hopefully that's not going to be an issue, yeah. Again, if this thing goes up, everybody's we're happy. We can do this. We're getting some targets on our short. That's all. Unless the speech makes the pound go nuts, which we now know of 5 minutes before. Okay. I could always trim down my position, or if we get a little closer to break even. I'm only 6 pips or so away from break even. So knowing the speech is coming up, right? Trying to act responsibly here. They give us a surprise speech. I mean, I could even trim my position down now. I'm down 4 pips, 5 pips. You know? Just a bit gambly with a speech coming up. So, know that now. Thanks for the heads up. He's going to wing it. Yeah, it sounds like the whole thing is winging it. Let's do speech bearish. Okay, we'll do that. Done. You cut your position in half? Okay, that's totally fine. And if this thing goes to target, you're not going to look back and go, oh, I shouldn't have done that. Because, yeah, this sort of random element just got thrown in at the last minute. Okay, so here's your chance, more or less within a pip or two, to trim down your position, right? Before this surprise. Thanks for telling us 10 minutes right before. I didn't go, I went, roughly about half my max risk. So I'm not like in a bad, terrible position. I could close a little bit. I'm down 1.5 pip, 2 pip right now. Surprise speech. What do I do? No regrets. Huh? What's the no regrets approach? Hitting your full stop on a speech when you had a chance to trim it down would be regrettable, I think. Let's see. I could take off 1/3 of my risk, and that would leave me with, something decent, but not too much risk. Yeah. Well, I almost hit it by accident. I got my finger on the button to trim down my position. I haven't done it yet. Thanks to last minute surprise pound speech. Haven't done anything yet though. Okay. Well, in 20 minutes, we're going to either be like, hell yeah, charts don't lie. We don't care about speeches. Or, man, that was great until that speech, huh? Oh, that darn speech. Okay, I still have my full original position on. And now I'm back into a little green. What can you control? Yes. YOLA? What's YOLA? Risk that all you can do, price is going to do whatever. Risk that. Whatever. Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yes, that's what you can control. Right. Yep. Okay, and our speech is coming up. Oh, my God. This thing is going to close. Let's see it close below the 14 EMA. That'll be nice. Jeez. They didn't change the time or anything now, right? It's still, yeah. Okay, it's now. Oh my God. Yeah, well, grills and spills. Let's go. How exciting. Maybe the 1 minute 14 EMA will be my barrier here. If we're getting above that, I'm trimming this thing down. I'll be down 5 pips or something. No big deal. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and probably do that here. Okay. So I trimmed down my position. Much smaller risk. Much smaller risk. Again, this speech was not scheduled. It just popped up on the schedule now. And it just started. I could just close the whole thing. Like, kiss my ass with that, really. High impact. I mean, knowing that, I probably would have taken the trade maybe even on less risk. Okay. But yeah, I trimmed down So I'm still short on the GU with much less risk. Man. It was scheduled. I had someone else confirm that it was not because he didn't refresh his chart, his Forex Factory. And he said it wasn't there until he refreshed. Or at least maybe Forex Factory messed up. It was scheduled and they didn't put it on. Because it definitely wasn't there. That's possible. Okay. Either way, what are you going to do? Do whatever you're comfortable with, right? For me, it's trimming down to a really small risk. And I might just close it. It's a completely unknown random element. It's newsy type of activity, so. On this, I closed a bit around 5 pips, and then if we get above that and we're really accepting that higher price, maybe I'll just close the rest, 6, 7, 8 pips, and just get out. But the setup was valid. Nothing horrible has happened. Okay, well, that's not good. Let's see, how much risk do I have here? Like a third of my max risk. I'm really okay. Give it a chance here for a moment for me. But again, whatever you're comfortable with, knowing the circumstances. Anything else of interest here? U.S. dollar's kind of ranging. Yen coming down. This guy must have popped up, yeah. It wasn't on the Forex Factory account a few hours ago. Yeah, that's weird. Not something you see very often. Maybe some saw it, some different, some didn't. Maybe people saw different things at different times. Whatever. So I will give it a chance on my smaller risk. I'm okay with that at the moment. All I could do is tell you what I'm doing. And it's logical that the setup was there. I took about half my max risk. No issue with the trade really showed up as far as strength or any problem. We double topped and came down, which is a bearish pattern, if anything. And then this is where the speech hit is right here. Wow. I don't know. It's like some saw it and some didn't. Whatever, yeah. You could just close the whole thing, yeah. I'm thinking about that too. Yeah. Nothing wrong with small losses. You'll never look back and go, oh shit, that small loss I took on Tuesday really ruined my week. Yeah, it's alright. But this is what I'm comfortable with. It's all about what you're comfortable with. For me to have like a third risk, a small position, because the chart is the chart. And again, I don't have to let it run all the way up to my 93 stop, which wouldn't be the end of the world. But if we're getting through here on low volume and we're not seeing weakness, I could close it earlier than that. 17 pips, 18 pips on a third position. So, risk in check. The chart did, say what it said. And then we did double top. So weakness, double top. Not any issue with demand coming in here as far as high volume. And again, we know those stops are down there and they might want to go grab them. But speeches, high impact news, high impact speech, it can kind of just jump around and stuff. That's the issue. Who knows what this guy's saying? Thanks. Stops above the double top? Yeah, mine. So they're gonna hunt the stops on shorts, and then they're gonna come down and hunt the stops on longs, and then they're gonna go up. It's entirely possible. At this point, my reasoning for staying in the trade is the risk is really small, and I'm trusting the chart. The reason for the small risk is, there's a high impact speech. So far, we're not going nuts off of that, right? We're 7 minutes in. We haven't really gone anywhere. Like, it hasn't really changed anything. This is all speech. It's nothing crazy. So that's the logic for me. Small risk, listening to the chart. This deal with the dollar index, the dollar is going to really move today, likely later. But right now, it's this, my least favorite thing to ever see. Dying activity, shrinking range. Or steak dinners. It's too textbook to do, just like books everyone saw it. I was short before, so it's not my reason for the short. It's been kind of flat. Been flat. Why is this thing stuck? There we go. There's not much difference in this area where we'd want to see selling. Maybe there's a slight increase over the recent range up there, but not much. So it's kind of neutral. Higher would be better, lower would be bad. But still, considering this is the highest volume since the market opened on the 5-minute chart. Since London Open, showing weakness. So for me, it's trust in the chart. Trust in that setup. For the moment. Low risk, though. What else? Meanwhile, I am still looking at other stuff, but nothing great. Euro dollar's just gone dead here for a moment. Dead fish. Won't be like that all day, most likely. But definitely dollar pair's going to move. Dead fish here. Not much going on. Volume drops. We're going sideways. What do we think about these yen pairs? I mean, we know our background's bullish, but as far as any immediate entry is. And there's no scalp entry, there's no down move in strength, there's no nothing. There's no apparent imbalance here. Just looking at the other pairs. Right. So nothing else to do for the moment. Any more news coming today? Good on that. And of course that, yep. Give me 1 minute. I'll be right back. All right. So, small position on the pound dollar short so far. London hour trade. Nothing else at the moment. So, a little kind of dead fish on the rest of the pairs. No apparent imbalances or anything great. Generally a bullish background. So, any sort of down move could be an opportunity to buy today, especially as we're getting to U.S. session. Most likely I'll try to get in the Discord there and we'll see how things are looking. Is there any special tactics for you? Let's see if I can read now. You use for holding trades for a long period. Oh yeah, I was going to talk about that. That's right. Tell us how you manage yourself to hold trades like 6 months. Okay, so you're saying like the issue is like being patient and the emotions, fear. Okay, it's to have a plan. I know it sounds like a simple, dumb answer, but and I know Wixie, you seem pretty disciplined and you know follow rules and stuff. If you set your exit plan for trades that you're holding for a while into realistic areas on a 4-hour chart, daily chart, realistic areas, it could take a long time to get there. It could take months, and that's swing trading, and that's fine. And you're looking at, on a higher time frame, likely areas that you'd want to be taking profit based on analysis, fibs and support resistance, and along with, of course, seeing weakness. So you're combining sort of the exit plan, right, and levels that are of interest for exiting, along with what volume tells you along the way. So you may get out sooner, you may get out later, but generally, like right now I'm long oil, gold, silver. Like for me to completely close out, I would have to see a really nice up move and a hell of a lot of weakness. Otherwise, I'd be taking off, right, selling partial exits at predetermined areas plus weakness and looking to buy low and have a plan for that as well. Does that help at all? You have a plan. Emotions, you can separate your emotions from your plan. How many times in a day do you look at your silver trade? Oh, 3. in a whole day. Let's just kind of check in. Okay, good. Yeah, right now I'm keeping an eye on this, but I think you know what I'm saying, though, yeah. I mean, Bitcoin is a good example of extreme patience. My profit-taking areas, as far as what I've bought throughout this down move, are higher up. If I see attempting to break out of automatic rally, and there's a lot of weakness, I can maybe trim it down a bit, but that's not really what I'm looking for, you know? And then if it dips, buy more lower, you know? Or do nothing. But, you know, if you're drawing fibs in here, you're drawing support, turn resistance, and you're looking at high volume weakness, all right, you have a plan that really, you know, this is a daily chart. I mean, we know this is very high probability that off of something like this, now that it's stabilized, if we can get through this without that supply issue, the next try, we go into markup, and okay, if we're going into markup, maybe we do 5 waves up, and where does that bring us? And draw fibs and, you know, higher levels, and shit, price could be doubled by that point, you know, and that could be in 6 months, you know, so it's not time based in that way, you know. Okay, good. But yeah, I think you get it from what I'm saying there, since you already know the material. And as things go on, I'll try to let you know what I'm doing. Silver, gold, I haven't bought for a while. I'm holding from lower down, so that's nice. Oil, I've started to accumulate. If it goes lower into the 60s, into the 50s, and I see strength, and there's some fib back there and stuff, right? My charts are all, my list got all shifted around. It's hard to find anything. I gotta reorganize. Right, so there's this. So I bought some here, I bought some here. If we get into fib, you know, I'm looking at this stuff, you know what I want to see. It could be a fake break there. And a ton of strength, right? Or a dip into here and high volume rejection, right? Really simple stuff. Daily chart, 4-hour chart. You can look for and wait for tests of supply and things like that as well. You don't have to try to catch a bottom or any, you know, best possible price. You can be patient, certainly be patient on down moves. So yeah, I'll keep you informed. Maybe this guy wants to behave now. Looks like the speech didn't do much, luckily. Yeah, sometimes with leverage, yeah. I could share more about it, exactly what I'm buying. No. Distribution on silver. Well, on silver, I closed about half my position in the last, what was that? In the last couple of weeks. I did 2 closings. So I have less silver now. By memory, I don't exactly, but you're saying distribution, yeah. That sounds about right if I did that. But again, something like silver, it would really take a lot of weakness, you know, to get me to I'll have these charts organized by next time. Look at, how did this end up here? The wrong color. I don't know. Some weakness there. Yep. I closed some off. Yes. I closed them off a little sooner. What was that? I don't know. Off of this maybe, right? But we're talking about positions that I bought down here. So I have maybe 60% still of what I bought here. So I'm able to actually buy more. Let's say this up move has a fib retracement and strength. I could buy more. Let's say we revisit this area and I buy more again. I can do that. So it's really low stress, patient, you know. It happens when it happens. Whatever prices come in, you take advantage of. Yeah, I'm hanging on to this little activity increase. We'll see what the outcome is. Not much, but we got a little activity increase. What's going on with this? Okay. At least we're out of the wedge. That's good. Again, like I said, if this can just get to the high here, would be in a decent position. Unless there's some issue with pound strength, we'd be down here. Maybe move stop to break even and see the behavior. But yeah, this thing's going to move later today, most likely really move. As we're just ranging for today so far. Again, a little activity. See the result. Yeah, a bit of strength on the pound itself is kind of throwing a wrench in here. Well, at least we get a little info on this volume, which is higher than the previous 3 or 4 or whatever, and see the result. If we close up and at or near the high on lower volume, I could just close it minus 6 pips or whatever. See the reaction. People don't like the bar. There you go. Fixed. That's better, huh? Really getting choppy now. Glow in the dark. Yeah, it really didn't serve a purpose. You're the second person to complain about it, at least, so I really don't need it. It's gone. You got it. We were like, I thought my monitor was blurry or something was going on. So yeah, as far as everything else, you see what's happening. This dying activity, sideways structure. Bit of weakness here. But that's there as well. I mean, even this is choppy sloppy, the pound dollar. And the yens, yeah, we're really dying in activity right now. So any sort of increase, especially testing an area that would be helpful to see buyers or sellers, depending where it goes. And getting some volume reaction would help here. We kind of started off with a bang on the market opens, and then didn't really go anywhere, and volume's dying off. So patience, patience. Most likely we're going to get some nice moves today. Patience, patience.
Just too big to ever see. So you push them all away, you leave them far behind. What's the use in taking chances in this godforsaken life?
I'm here, it's keeping an eye on things.
This godforsaken life, when you see the sign. When you see the sign, it'll burn you alive. But you'd see the sun. Yeah, you'd see the
Again, I'm here. Not much to say now. Things are kind of quiet and sideways. I got the small position short on the pound dollar. See how things develop. Anything going on? We'll look at it. Oh, echo. Turn that off.
City kids doing shrooms late at night in their rooms on the street, skipping school, getting high and shooting pool, and everywhere that they go.
So choppy, huh? Choppy sloppy. Man. Dying activity, no movement. What does this guy want to do? I mean, as long as we're in this range, at least test the higher the lower the range, you know. I wouldn't want to do anything. That the technical name? Ultra Pro Max Chop indicator 3000 when not to trade. Yeah, that's a good indicator. GU getting exam of our emotions and fear. Ah. Emotions. You must be like Commander Data. No emotions. Don't be like Lore. There you go. Wixie don't know. He's 21. What? Who? What are you talking about? Commander Data. Commander Data, the Starfleet officer. But he was a robot there, so yeah, he didn't have any issue with emotions. He would make a good trader, definitely. This February, turning 22. Okay. Congratulations. You're still 21, and I'm going to say you're 21. All right. Can we go? Can we do something here? We've been in this area since an hour. Wow. This is an hour. Maybe if I had like full risk, I would have a tinge of emotion. But for me, like emotion means I'm doing something wrong. You know what I mean? If I have any sort of real fear going on, I probably am seeing something bad or, you know. Like here, having a third of my max risk, about roughly, right? I went small and then I trimmed it down. Yeah, whatever. Now, if there's a problem on the chart, I'll take it seriously. But I don't see one. Let's see. I'll guess your birthday, Wixie. It's February. How many days are in the month? 28? I'll go with February 27th. That's your birthday. Is that a real date? How many days are in February? Am I close, Wixie? February 27th. Definitely not February 31st. That's definitely, I'm sure it's not that. I remember being 22. I started trying to learn Forex. 11th. Okay, I'm way off. I started trying to learn Forex then. I did all the wrong things. Of course. I was, it was 2003. How old was I? I don't know. Mid-30s. Oh, late 20s. What am I talking about? I was 27. Yeah, I saw an infomercial on TV. So you never see that. I don't know. Now, trade the foreign exchange. As the story goes, I blew my account twice. 350 was the minimum. I blew it twice. I gave up. I left demo trade running on the pound. I don't know if it was long or short, but it was pound something. Came back like a couple weeks later, and I saw the profit was thousands of dollars. And I'm like, I got to look at this again. So maybe if that profit was if that demo trade wasn't in profit, it was a big loss. I probably would have looked at it and said, yeah, this thing is freaking, forget it. It was that huge demo win that made me go, I had been trading, a month or two at that point. In COVID, I am sick, dude. You have it right now, Wixie? You have tested positive? God, can this trade go somewhere? Can the market do something? You see the volume's dying and dying. Don't die, Wixie. You're not going to die. Okay. Not so bad, isn't it? Right? Not so bad? Oh, gosh. All right, so maybe it is bad. Oh. Nah, you're good. You're good. Oh, no. Okay. You're good. I mean, the main thing is with any sort of virus, if you have a pre-existing condition, sensitivity, that's different. But you're a healthy 21-year-old, you're fine. Yeah, you're good. Don't take any more of those, though. You really don't need them. Okay. Moving on. I mean, I'm supposed to be dead by now, right? In my late 40s, I didn't get any sort of... Yeah. What happened to that winter of death? Biden was telling me I was going to die. Must be a miracle that I'm still alive. But yes, quick recovery for you, Wixie. Again, I'm not acting concerned because, hey, we get sick. It's, the flu, You'll be fine. But the annoying thing is that people lose, you're perfectly healthy. You have no risk of dying from it. You're young. But, losing your sense of smell, taste, hopefully that doesn't happen to you. But, so yeah. Are you baiting me, Wixie? I know you're not, but you are, unknowingly. Mr. Dean, have stayed away from the injects. And let me guess, you haven't gotten it. Again, as far as trading, things are just very slow right now. If you're new, hello, welcome. I'm in a pound dollar short. We did trim down the position a little bit, but I'm still in that. And everything else is a bit dead fish here. Sideways chop on extremely low activity, low volume. So we just need things to move around and start If we get a volume spike of any kind, that'll be some new information that we could see what's going on. But as long as we're just dying in activity here, right? And a lot of these are just like in the middle of ranges. Middle of a range. Middle of the range, right? Dying activity. I mean, at highs and lows of range is much easier to predict than the middle. Never mind the fact that the market is dying and you get stuck in the middle of ranges. So at the moment, there is nothing. Generally, things are bullish. So with my small position short on the pound dollar, hopefully I can ride that out to some decent profit. And then maybe we see strength and we have an up move for a U.S. session. That's kind of the plan. That's the template right now. Of course, things could change if we move down and we don't see demand or whatever. But that's the plan at the moment. You got 2 doses after recovery. Oh, that's when you least need it. You have the antibodies. Oh, here we go with the keywords. Shadow band. Only once, but recovered in 2 days. Nice. As in 20, so much difficult to stick to screen constantly and do nothing because internal forces trying hard to do something wrong in trading. It's not just you, Wixie, which you probably know. That's everybody. It's training. It's training. You get into a certain mode, a certain mindset. Training kicks in. I mean, if I was an emotional, erratic trader, the last thing I would need would be the live stream and let people know the trades I'm taking. I mean, gosh, talk about added stress and clouded mind. And whoever, I'm at the whim of people could say anything in the chat and get in my head or something, I don't care. You know what I'm saying? It's that's next level Wix. You can try that one day. But you do share your trades in the Discord, so having some accountability is good. Is good in that way. If you have to explain the reason for your trade in my Discord, then you're probably doing it right because you're not going to post some, that kind of keeps you focused, I think. As long as you're not like taking extra trades that are not very good on the side secretly or something bad like that, But yeah, I think having accountability is good. The Chimp Paradox is a good book. Okay. Do some back testing in the meantime. Okay, Mr. Dean. Good advice there. That helped you. The Chimp Paradox helps him stop revenge trading and gambling. Carb. Yeah, Wix. Like I say, if you're learning, you're in that learning phase now. You're learning fast. You're doing good. When you're like, okay, I get it. Like, there's not much I'm going to show up and say that you don't already know. And you're taking good trades and your win ratio is high. And, that's, like I say, it's the last thing to think about. When you have that down, like, oh, yeah, reading charts, finding good setups, winning at least 70% of the time minimum, 75, 80 of your trades minimum. But you've made some mistakes and you did some stuff you shouldn't do. That's that last leftover thing. Yeah, worry about that last. Because I know you're not trading a big account or sometimes you're on demo or whatever. That's what I say to everybody. Learn it, learn it, learn it. And then the very last final step is once you know what's breaking rules, what isn't, what's right and what's wrong so well that you can have that accountability and say, okay, this is the last step now. Let me document all my trades, explain the reason, have some account, whatever helps. Management of trades should always be logical. Risk, of course. Like, I really don't even hit my max risk. The only time I go close to max risk is maybe when I see two trades and I want to be in both because they're both good and, you know. But risk in check and all that stuff, yeah. Good. You're doing it. Didn't expect dead fish today, but as far as this slow sideways chop, but certainly not likely to stay like this, and we'll get our moves. Generally bullish in the background. Down moves in strength would be nice going to U.S. session. If things break out to the upside and there's no issue with weakness, the lower the volume, the better up there, showing no lack of any weakness coming in. There's ways to look to get in long from that point, maybe. Again, unless the chart says something else is going on, then we'll have to listen. Choppy, sloppy. Well, the price isn't really going anywhere. What are you going to do? All you got to do is become wealthy. Follow the chart. The chart does not lie. Correct. Once you know how to. P, do you believe more that knowledge and working strategy for yourself is important, or do you believe psychology is more important? Well, I mean, you can have great psychology and a terrible trading method, so that's not going to work. It's obviously both, where you want to have the psychological or discipline or whatever to do what you know is correct, no more, no less. And like I always say, the best way to check yourself, I say it over and over again for a reason, no regrets. No regrets. That means you're never going to do something and look back and say that was a mistake. Because all you can do is act in the moment based on what the information you have in the moment. And as long as you're doing that, you'll be okay. You're not going to over risk. You'll manage trades the way you're supposed to. Again, today is a perfect example. The speech popped up late, depending on what you were looking at or whatever, but it was late for me on Forex Factory. Would I have taken it anyway? Maybe I would have taken it on even smaller risk, whatever. But that's hindsight. I was in it, and then the thing was 10 minutes away. I trimmed down my position. I was down 5 or 6 pips, whatever it was, and trimmed down the risk. And for me, that's balancing out, listening to the chart, and the no regrets approach. If it does hit my stop, it's a small position. It's fine. I mean, if it comes down and I saw some huge strength, I would get out earlier. But, listening to the chart. But for me, I'm not going to look back. If it drops without me, I would look back and go, why did I close my whole position? There's nothing really wrong with the trade. So that's kind of regrettable. You know what I'm saying? I kind of go through it in my mind. Or if I did nothing here and it came up and hit my full position stop, and I didn't trim down, which I did already, I'd probably look back and go, I had plenty of chance to lower my risk. Even without the speech, right? What's going on here? I want to be comfortable with things. And we're just getting stuck, and, So I want my risk to match the situation, If it's a really good setup and you're in it and there's no issue with the trade, okay, fine. But, stuff goes on, you want to, whatever you're comfortable with, it should make sense with what's going on, your risk. It should be like, this trade is okay, it's not looking that great, it's kind of sitting there doing nothing. But I have a full position risk with a stop loss all the way over here, But it's a matter of listening to the chart and the risk matching what's going on and being okay with the outcome, saying, well, that did make sense to do. That's fine. So I'll just move on to the next trade. And really, for the most part, depending how you manage trades, but at least for me, trimming down position, as you saw me do here, a lot of times will save you from having your full position hit the stop loss. Very often. I'll see something looking bad, and I can trim it down at break even, or trim it down at +5 or -5 or whatever, right? To me, again, that's listening to the charts. You can't look back and say, "Oh, I should have listened to the chart or something," you know. That's the way I deal with it. So right now, being short on this small, position, that makes sense for me. That's fine. I'm not going to look back at either outcome and say I should have done something different. I don't know. Maybe that helps people. Like, picture that time when you're done trading, in 5 hours from now or whatever, and you're finished. And whatever decision you're making, put yourself in that. It's later today. You're done trading, and you're looking back on this decision. If you cringe a little bit, if it hurts a little bit, you shouldn't be doing it. Imagine worst case scenario. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't do that. That'll be regrettable. Anyway, that's what helps me. Hello? Says somebody. You're missing the tunes. I know it. If you're new here, welcome. Is there a reason your question is being answered? Oh, I didn't see. Sometimes I'll miss it. I don't see anything typed from you earlier. Huh. I did not see your question. You're saying, is my question going to be answered? It's not here for me to see. I swear. It is not here. Sorry, if you could ask again. Owen, how are you? Yes, follow your plan. No regrets. I saw all the videos look like you used for a while. Volume profile. No interest anymore. No. Really wasn't doing anything for me. No. Short opportunity going 1 hour. And we can look at that. Yeah, I'm watching this right now. If it's going to start moving, maybe it won't still. That's a good one. Okay, yeah, good advice. Wixie, you don't see it either, right? Yeah. No, we didn't see your Jean Baptiste. Did not see your question, so just go ahead and type that again. Really getting into the weeds here, huh? Wow. Like, yeah, I expected things to move today. Yeah, it's later, really, but I didn't expect this slow stuff. Been an hour, more or less here. Huh. Oh, yens are moving, huh? Okay. Something happened. Let's see what we're looking at. Okay. Now, if that's a London hour long, I wouldn't be taking that right now anyway. Well, a bit of movement. If we can test the high here, we'll likely get some information about where we're going to go, because we're still just in this range. Again, background generally bullish against the dollar and the yen, particularly the dollar, but both. If we're moving up, it's not, I would ideally look to buy into down moves. If we're moving up, let's say we get through here and we don't see any weakness and it's a real break test continuation, or something goes on, then we can consider the long. What's up here? Today's high is a fake break of yesterday's high. I wouldn't want to buy into that either way. I mean, things were really died off and then we just popped up. So let's see what happens here. That'll at least tell us, do we expect a breakout or not? Well, that's over with. But it's still stuck. Patience, patience sometimes. That's all it is. Oh, and yeah, I have a short on the pound dollar that I trimmed down. Once a surprise, at least on my FOREX factory, a surprise speech popped up and the trade was just kind of flopping around. So I have a small risk short now on the pound dollar. I didn't see any reason to close it fully. Listening to the chart, weakness on a fake break for the London hour trade, which I don't know if you know that, Owen. There's a video on that explaining that. So that's what that short is. So I'm around break even here. Entry was after this closed. That is it. But I do have the small position short still on with the stop above, allowing for a fake break here. Just because the chart doesn't say anything's particularly wrong with the setup, but it is really kind of dying out. And generally the background is bullish, even though of course we could pop down and hit some demand and kick out some of these long positions, hit their stop and do some of that usual stuff before New York. But we did have the highest volume since the London Open volume on that weakness fake break. According to that strategy, there's a short. So yeah, now we're just sitting there. Trim down the risk. Looks like you typed and then deleted now, so I don't know if we can get that question going. Video series on trading psychology, says Sam. Yeah, maybe I could. Well, I do talk about it freely here, and I'll probably repeat a lot of things that I said today. But, yeah, maybe something a little more organized, thought out might be good. Yeah. Good suggestion. Yeah, exactly, Owen. Yeah. I was, you're not thinking that the market's going to be this dead. It's a Tuesday, January 10th. We had a nice move on Friday off of the news. Thought we were going to be moving. But for sure, yeah, that's definitely going to be some movement. Yep. U.S. dollar is running the show right now in the market, right? That weak U.S. dollar. So if I had to take a guess, I'm not a news trader. I'm not trying to catch a news move or something in particular. Take a guess, right? We're probably going to move up on that news. If we move down, it could be a sort of a trap down move that gets bought into. So says the background. I wouldn't mind if I was long before he speaks with my stop and break even. But really, who knows? That's why I don't try to catch a news move. It could go either way at first. You could have the highest volume of the week getting bought into a down move on news, right? And then we go up the rest of the week. You know how it is. But yeah, we'll definitely get the moves then if we don't get it sooner. Yeah. Yeah, Sam, that's a good idea. Oh, that'll brew in my mind. What's a good way to do that? I guess the question being flagged as possible spam. I don't know why it won't appear. And there you are again, able to type, yet no question. Huh. That's weird. Try wording it differently. That's weird, man. He might have retyped it, Car, because I see a message from a few minutes ago that's missing. Who knows what's going on with that? That's weird. Like, you can type, but once you ask the question, it doesn't work. You can only say, my question's not working. That works. Very odd. Can we get going on this trade? So, like I said, no regrets for me to listen to the chart and leave on my smaller position than I originally had there. Once I get up, 5 or 6 pips coming up right here, I'll have made back that small portion that I closed. If we get to any decent target area, which is at least, let's get near the bottom of this range. The 20 pip target is here, for example. 30 pip target, right, would be here. So we can get down there, get into that good reward territory. It'll be profitable, of course, and I'll just make less than I would have before. And I'm not going to look back and go, oh, I should have just left the whole thing. If you think like that, we're talking about the psychology today. Get that out of your mind, right? Use the force. I'll use the force on the chart. So on the way down, okay. Finally, something. Got out of this range we were stuck in for so long. If we can stay below this, I know we're getting into the micro chop, but if we could micro chop, stay below here, right, the range that was going on for an hour, and we actually get below it, stay below it. We could even do a break test, but let's stay below this now, right? Number one, not a fake break bullish pattern, okay. Number two, let's not see high volume, right, rejecting. If it's really high volume rejecting, then I'll move my stop to break even much earlier than I normally would. That's just listening to the chart. So we would have high volume strength, and then it would come up to hit my stop at break even. So let's see. What an ugly chart. What are we doing here? I feel like erasing these lines. We don't need that. Make it a little prettier. All right, so that's a really nice 5-minute close. As far as like a breakout of a range, it's not, I mean, this whole thing is whatever, but being here for an hour and then getting out of the range and closing at or near the low without high volume means it's more likely to be a real breakout. It's just a general rule. Think of strength, and this is not strength. So that's looking good. Finally, a piece of good information. We've been sitting here, right? Y'all. Question of all questions, where do you use TradingView for? That hurt my brain. Oh, what do we use? Oh, I see your question now. What do we use TradingView for? For charts. I used to use. Or you moved your stop to break even, Wixie? I haven't done so yet. At this early stage, I would want to see strength, or else I'll leave it. But yes, TradingView, charting. Not sure specifically what you're asking. I guess you're asking that. I used to use MT4. I really did like it. Took me a minute to get used to this. Not my favorite, but it's fine. It's fine. And you get a lot of different things. You know, I can, unlike MT4, I can just switch through brokers and I can look at this pound dollar short on different brokers, whatever. Check in on whatever. the Bitcoins. Let's go. Probably gonna try to break this, whatever the heck level that was, soon. Probably get to 18 soon. As soon as those pesky sellers chill out. All right. So right now, this is the only trade I'm in. Let's see if we get a break test continuation. If we end up back in the weeds, man. We had days in late December that looked better than this. It's so quiet. This is just ranging. Again, if there was weakness here, high volume weakness, right? I mean, high volume of any kind is going to be helpful right now because things are just dying out. You see the activity. But in this case, high volume weakness, okay, maybe you short and you trade the range. That's fine. The time being, lack of demand, weakness, lack of demand. But we don't have it. This actually is more likely to break out to the upside. But I'm not, jumping into that trade here as we're in the middle of a range, hoping for a breakout of the range. That's not. If we do get out, and again, there's no weakness, okay, fine, right? Break test continuation, 14 EMA, ways to get in long. But buying, hoping there's a breakout, you know how that is. Fake breakouts happen all the time. If sellers are around, they're going to be right above here, right? Big break, up thrust, whatever you want to call it. Wixie, nah. No, I'm good. Definitely don't want to answer to anybody. And I really like my routine and everything I'm doing. No, I wouldn't change a thing. Yeah. I'm a do it my way, do it on my own terms, nobody tell me what to do kind of guy, for better or for worse in my life. I'm not saying I ace everything. I'm just saying that's how I am. For better or for worse. Sigma. So, for anyone who happens to be new here, a lot of times we're looking at things, much more interesting things than, this sideways chop. And usually we do get one or two trades during the session. Usually at least one. Got into this short. We're just sitting here choppy sloppy, trimmed down my risk, just sitting here. Slightly in profit, pound dollar short. But the real moves are going to happen later today. But, normally, more times than not, we'll still get something early. Towards the end of last year, we started doing this. When we get back to this October, November, December, a lot of scalp entries, if you know the scalp method. A lot of good scalps. Things are a little different since the new year. Charts are a little different here, right? I mean, I could analyze this to death, but the point is, if I'm not seeing high volume strength on the way down, then I'm simply holding on to the position. And I could draw a fib in here Analyze it to death. All right, it's a 618 overshoot without strength. That's good. And again, if we stay below that level, then we're really good. We start to close in there, hang out back in here, back into the weeds. There's just nothing happening. Price doesn't want to go anywhere. Alpha, Sigma, or Beta? Everybody's one of those three, aren't they? Short opportunity, gold, 1 hour. My unorganized charts that I have to organize today. Okay. Which one is this? As far as my gold swing long position, I am still holding, just saying. And you're saying short. Getting out of the range, closing out near the low, on low volume, on sell move, not picking up strength. This is a good sign for the trade to go further. Correct. Lower prices tell you about buyers. Again, like this looks like the euro dollar. This looks like the pound dollar. This looks like anything versus the dollar. Right? There's the Friday news. We went up. We had a tiny touch of weakness, but not much. We're maintaining the higher prices. We haven't had any sort of real retracement. Totally accepted the higher price. Everything's the same. Bullish. Mr. Wixie? God, look at this chop. The mighty pound. Tuesday, January 10th. London Open. London session. An hour and a half of chop. Harvin, nobody knows what you're talking about. I do, though. But yeah, you're saying, is that in part? Yeah, I'd answer that, yeah. Definitely, yeah, Mr. Ohm. Yes, that is good news. That doesn't mean we have to go down here. I mean, we're just chopping. Jeez. So sideways. This, we're talking about potential long here earlier. But again, we would need some volume. We would need some strength. And everything's just so quiet right now. So what can you do in these conditions? Make sure you don't have some high-risk crap situation going on. Don't force anything. And again, the simplest way to look at it is just this dying activity, the volume, just dying out while price is ranging. I mean, at least to me, that means you're trying to make something out of nothing. Look at this crap, right? This is euro dollar. So the big money's just not doing it right now, apparently. Again, later on they likely will, but doesn't mean they have to do nothing now. Guess so. But hey, it's better to be here than sitting here by myself. Right, guys? The sloppy choppy. I guess that's something weird about trading until you get used to it. Is having to be there on time, getting ready, getting focused, and there will be days where you do nothing for hours after all that hype. You know what I'm saying? But I would say if you are not sitting in a trade with full risk right now, or you are maybe not in a trade at all, your trade reflects the fact that things are just kind of sitting here doing nothing, whatever you're doing, and doing something right. Again, the only reason I'm still in it because it was a valid setup, London hour trade. And again, nothing bad has happened since, but I did trim down my risk. So for me, that makes sense. Yeah, I got to get convinced. I mean, if we start moving up, I could just close it, right? Not big risk here. We're getting some activity, maybe. We're not calling that high volume, right? Man, this market is quiet. Where's the strength? Nowhere. Lower. We got to go lower to get the buyers. Hopefully. Moving anywhere would be nice. What's our... I didn't mark the highs. Some of the stuff I'd be looking for if we move down, particularly into U.S. session, and see strength. That would be some textbook stuff. I'd be targeting back to the high and see how it behaves. Or on this one, you could target a fib retracement and see how it behaves there, manage the trade. So I'll be hunting that. That's based on the background. And maybe we'll take a look in the Discord at that time of day. It happens later. Do I occasionally host live streams during New York session? Not really. By that time, I'm already getting tired. I'm just kind of looking for U.S. Open in the first hour or whatever, hour or two, see if I can get a last trade, and then I go to sleep. Weird timing, but my schedule's backwards. But no, I normally don't stream New York, but often I'm checking in on in the Discord. So join the Discord. Great course. Oh, you have my course. Great. Okay, good. Glad you're happy with it. I did not know that. So yeah, if you have any questions, or let me know how you're doing, or you're saying it's great, so that sounds good. But I'm here if you need help. Cool. I'm gonna do my course plug. I can do a one course plug, right? What are you gonna do about it? There you go. Guys, make sure you sign up for the Pro Trainers Club. $99 a month. And make sure you, discount code G Fuel. I found a website. CSGO. Everybody gets one. Okay. I do feel slightly like my head is in a vice right now. I'm gonna be honest. I'm staring at this trade. Again, I don't have high risk. Whatever, as far as if I take a loss, I'm not worried about it. It's small, but also knowing, like, you know, if you guys are in the trade and just having to stare at this thing, I feel like a vice is tightening on my head right now. You ever get that feeling your head's in a vice? Promo code P so nice. Oh no. Volume activity. Wixie. Help me, Wixie. Volume activity increased GU, says Wixie. Alright. Come on, Wix. You're my good luck charm. Wixie, can I ask you a question while we're sitting here? Because you are the man. Oh gosh, now we're getting more high volume. How long have you been learning to trade? Sorry if I already asked you this. Like, when did you first start, and kind of what's your story? I'm just curious. In case anyone's wondering, Wixie is learning the material very well, and he's very helpful in the Discord, and I called it because I know a good student when I see it. He's going to wipe the floor with all of us. What is it, Carbon? Going to wipe your ass? Wixie's going to be good in life, I think, is my prediction. 2019. Okay, so you're not a newbie. Okay, good. And so what? You just kind of tried this and tried that? Carbon. Oh my god. So what? You just kind of tried a few different systems and none of them worked. And you came across this guy mumbling on YouTube named Pete Faders. And you're like, all right, that kind of makes sense. Let me see. Trying different methods, yeah. Russ Horn from Canada. You bought his course. Okay. Never heard of him. Based on moving averages. Oh, no. Was it a moving average cross system? Didn't work well. No volume on the chart. I'm already going to be skeptical. Yeah. All right, cool. I see. But I didn't know if maybe you started 3 months ago and you're just a quick learner. Okay. So you've been through the ringer a little bit. It's like it never hurts for people. And I think this is MA cross method. Oh, gosh. Well, it's great during a trend. It's great to catch big moves, and it's great in hindsight. And when there's a range, you can take loss after loss after loss after loss in a range based on MA cross, right? And maybe that's where it got you. Because when price is ranging, the moving averages, you notice I'm not exactly, yeah, that's when it gets you. Yeah. Moving average crossover is so great for hindsight catching a trend. But when you see choppy days that give you 7 losses in a row on confirmed entries, you go, what the hell is this shit? And in the middle of the range, your moving averages become spaghetti, and they're not doing anything. You lost $100. Okay, so you didn't like ruin your life. That's good. But like I say, it's good sometimes. I think maybe for people to see that stuff doesn't work, get it out of your system. You know, Or else you're going to come across me and go, this guy's talking so much stuff and I got to learn all this stuff and hours when I could just learn somebody else's system in 5 minutes. You know. So I think logically you have to go through that. But hopefully you're not risking, you know, a lot of money to pay for that education. But yeah, that's the story, isn't it? Pretty much everybody. Yeah, you're sensible. I see. Right. Well, now you're you're training the robot correctly. So yeah, just to say every now and then, see the dying volume. Now again here, I could have looked for a long entry. Our background is bullish. This is the kind of stuff that may show up later. These fake breakouts, these low prices. But the volume, the buying, the demand, the strength, whatever you want to call it, not there. Otherwise, this is the kind of thing where I could have seen high volume strength here. Low supply on the test, also not the case. Right, and then look for the long entry. So that's not there. Again, this is just stuck in the middle of the range, which you probably heard me talking about is the absolute worst thing to try to deal with and get into a trade in the middle of a range. Now, if it's accumulation or distribution or something going on, this is just sideways. Some market open spikes, nothing going on volume-wise to really tell you anything. He's sitting in the middle. So, nothing to do there. Small position still on the pound dollar short. Up a couple of pips. Let's see if that can go. Again, here, if we had some sort of volume reaction, whether it was high volume weakness, then I would have looked to get in short. If it broke out on low volume like this, then I would consider the long entry. Can't do it, right? And again, a lot of people tell me, I learned patience from you. You know, that's, I forget. But that's also something that people still have to learn sometimes. And yeah, today would be one of those days. People say, how are you so patient? Well, I just look for a good trade. If it's not there, I don't trade. It's like, you don't want to lose money. Yeah, that sucks. So it should become easy after a while. Be the robot. Yeah, a little bit of volume, but we're still in the same price area we've been in more or less for an hour and a half. Maybe the volume a little more likely to go somewhere, maybe, if we get a little activity there. You tried your first row, like an EA, auto trading? Oh gosh, yeah. Imagine you could just buy some software for like $50 or $100 or whatever they sell it for, $300. I don't know. And that's it. Imagine. All the more stop losses for us. All the more people getting on the wrong side, robots getting on the wrong side. Show me a guy who spent $99 on an auto trader and actually made money and became rich, or at least, you know, solid income. Man, that'd be in the news. Right. This robot busting Loki. This eggplant farm was busting. EA puts trades against the trend, the one you were using, right? There's probably all kinds. Trading against the trend based on a few rules off of indicators. Ooh, that's messed up. What are you gonna do? Coming out of overbought which is a completely made up word. Doesn't mean anything. Price can go up as long as it wants to go up. But you have overbought, stochastics coming down, right? Oh my gosh. Martingale. Oh no. No, not the martingale. Total destruction is guaranteed on martingale. Total destruction of your account. As I say, just take your money, put it in a pile, and light it on fire. At least you get some heat. You get something off of it. It would be fun. Martingale. Gosh. See, again, it's like MA crossover catching trends. Martingale, you can manipulate, pick and choose when you show you the results. So you can have martingale and be like, look, no loss for 2 months, all wins, right? And you show it. And it's like, yeah. And then after that, the whole account became blue. So it's nice that you made 10% because you lost 95% of your account the next month, That's martingale in a nutshell, right? Oh, and those were the days. Stochastics are overbought. We have a MA cross to the downside. That's it, baby. We're going short. Oh, gosh. So we're here, Some days you get nothing. But at least we got something here brewing. I'm listening to the chart. No issue with the trade still. What can we say here? Volume increased. Slightly lower close as a result is good. We're still just here. And typically you're going to get higher volume. You're going to get out of the area you've been stuck in based on activity increase. Hasn't even done that. Or maybe we're getting lower close, and finally getting out. See the 1 minute. There's our high volume. And it's so random, right? As far as our usual patterns, it doesn't give much. At least it's not strength here. So I'm sitting in the trade. Let's go. Yeah, I'm up 10 pips. Okay. That's something. Give or take. Painful and expensive. After the Russ Horn, moving average cross disaster, I go through the courses of Singaporean traders named as Adam who? Bad luck. I went and go through his course and again made the same mistake. Method based on MA crossover. But you see, Wixie, how you needed that experience, right? It leads you to eventually say, okay, there must be something more to know. I'm missing something. Something's not right. And then you search. I mean, for me, what's funny is I was on that mission to figure out what the hell's going on. 2006, whatever. And I came across Wyckoff stuff, and I'm like, okay, I know these patterns. I've drawn them myself. Accumulation into markup with the 5 wave and the pullbacks, and again, back then there was very little online. Very little. 2006, very little online. But I saw the Wyckoff stuff, and then that kind of leads you to VSA stuff, volume. And then I was like, okay, now I can start to understand what the heck's going on instead of these stupid indicators and and then everything just changed from there. I took all the crap off my charts, No demand. Really? I hope. Euro dollar stuck. This guy has no reaction to support. It's like it's just hanging out there, having a good time. Yen. Okay, let's see what happens. At least EJ is in a price area that might give us some clue. And generally, though, we do want to see things pick up. But this guy didn't have much of a good reaction here. You don't want to go short or long. And now EJ maybe will get that same flat volume, not much of a clear, no break, but rejecting with no real volume. That's not going to be good. But maybe we get a break to the upside and volume is staying low or even decreasing, saying weakness is not coming in. Likely we'll breakout, break test entry or whatever. And again, of course, maybe we get high volume weakness and we're looking to short. So, at least if we get to price areas that might give a clear reaction. God, this chart is just giving me a headache already. I'm up, 8 pips? Patience, Owen. Okay. I'll listen to you. You could joke around all you want. You could complain all you want. As long as you're not taking action that when you shouldn't, it's just words. Oh, so boring. I'm not going to lose money by saying it. Good chart. Stupid, ugly chart. EJ? Of course not. Of course we can't get anything. I mean, at least if volume was here, we'd be, okay, there's some selling coming in. It's likely to come down. We have some sort of probability, some imbalance on the weakness, lack of demand. Nope. And again, maybe it broke out on that low volume. No. Because that would give us something. No. I feel like I need to draw some lines here. Deleted everything. Wixie, recently completed bachelor degree. Oh my gosh. Nice. Now looking for what to do next. Currently spending full-time trading. Got a bachelor's degree to become a trader? But at your age, no. Yeah, I know. Multiple sources of income are good. And you have the energy for that. When I was your age, I would just stay up all night and go on with life the next day. Remember those days? No, I know. I'm just kidding around. I know. All right, our trade is moving. It's molasses, as my friend would say. It's molasses. Slow. Well, next piece of information is, yeah, I'm drawing a fib on this crap. Because at least we have the higher high, higher low, double top. Yeah. After I deleted everything, my head was in a vice. Next piece of information is obviously below here, which is also into the 618. So again, I mean, that's generally the case, but now we know it's a particular spot where if buyers are hanging around, we might see them. So we'll find out. At least we got the result of higher volume, right? Closed, lower, lower, lower. Again, if that was some high volume sign of strength coming in or some issue, I would say, okay, that's not good. This was kind of a random spot to see high volume, right? But like I say, if you see high volume in a bet, here we go. Hallelujah. I see high volume in a random spot. P, what does this volume mean? It's high, but it's not anywhere, right? Look at the result. It's not a clearly really good bearish result. These bars close in the middle. But at least they are closing lower consecutively as a result of high volume. Okay. It's about damn time. I'm up like 13, 15 pips. Let's get a little something on this if we can. What are we looking at? I got to draw my lines again. Hallelujah. So, management of the trade, the art of managing the trade. If you're good at analysis to the point where you trust getting into a trade, you might as well analyze the behavior of the trade in order to manage it. So 618 overshoot, right? On a bad situation, you get rejected back up and you get high volume. Good situation, we close, we accept these prices down here, and we don't get any high volume. The lower the better. Looks like that's the case, right? Yeah. Next is, so that's looking fine. Next is our little swing point, right? Hitting that and a slightly below. Again, just checkpoints to see how your trade's doing. So that's looking good. Right? And then if that's getting through here without any volume, high volume rejection and all that stuff, then we're looking here. And that would be a 30 pip area from the entry. Fear AU scalp played well. Oh, you didn't take. Let me see. AU scalp. Yeah. Yeah. Understandable that you skipped it. Okay, so that's a nice close in the 5 minute. No issue there. As you can see, I'm more concerned with things behaving right than the trade going immediately after I get in. I'll wait. Maybe trim down the position, but time isn't really a problem. It's something looking wrong is a problem. That can happen whenever. There we go. Let's get our 20 pip. First reasonable target area. We're almost there. That little support might be good to put some in the bank, stop to break even and then see what you can get. Another 10, 20 pips maybe. Or who knows. Fear of trading. My biggest fear from trading is what I will do if it doesn't work for me. So spending time wisely. Fear from trading is that it doesn't work for you. Spending my time wisely, looking for other opportunities. I mean, like job. Cool. Yeah, Wixie, I've never actually spoken to Wixie or anything. We never talked. But, yeah, you got a good head on your shoulders there, kid. You'll be fine. But that's good, looking for multiple sources of income, especially at your age. Yes, exactly. You're not going to... You have realistic expectations, I think. You're not going to suddenly make, $5,000, $10,000 a month. Suddenly. I say that amount because that's when you can chill and not worry about any other job. But, yeah. Good stuff. There we go. Can we get 20? 20 pips. I'm up 19, 18. There we go. Lovely. I'm going to close a little bit. I'll explain why. That's just me. right now. Or at least I'm opening my window to do so. What do I still have on? Okay. Maybe I'll close half of my remaining position. I'll let you know if I do that. But under the circumstances, like, am I expecting this to trend down and trend down? I mean, this market is choppy, sloppy. Who the heck knows? So under the circumstances, yeah. I closed half. So I closed half of my position on that. I'm moving my stop to break even. Pound dollar short, London hour trade, ching. It was a little hairy in there. It's not going to be a huge win. Unless I grab 100 pips on the rest of this. But it's a win in an otherwise choppy, sloppy environment. And this is what the London hour trade is for, right? A lot of times you don't get the traditional setups early. A lot of times they're later, and sometimes you get scalps very often, but not even under these conditions. So this is nice. So half of the trade closed, stop at break even, which is at 2170. All right. There's a bit of volume on that too, so hey, whatever happens, right? Stop at break even. Nice. Patience pays. I mean, to be grabbing something in this environment, yeah, that's cool. $0 flat. This guy, who the heck knows? The flat volume, the ranging conditions that you can't get out of. This, we were talking about this, right? Again, weakness to short? No. Breakout? No. Right? Just nothing going on out here. So I am happy to have some profit in the bank now, and maybe some more. No more risk. Noise. I mean, if I want to have fun for a second, maybe I'll make something decent off of this. Now, being that it's a small position, but no risk. I want to hold on to this thing until I really see strength, right? Really convincing strength. I don't want to be watching this thing drop all day, and I'm not in it because I have no risk and I have no life. No, what? But yeah, for real. How far can this thing go? I mean, a whole retracement. We were saying before I deleted it because my head was in a vice with all that drawing crap with the choppy price. Geez. I mean, I'm not holding out for this, and I'm not even projecting this. I wouldn't mind it, though. More realistically, it could be... Oops. It could still be... How many pips is that? I don't know, 60, 70 pips. At that point. If I can get the right line on my chart. There it is. Again, it's all about, most likely, how far this thing is going to go till it hits that reaccumulation, that demand to continue with the background bullishness. Let it ride, Mr. Owen. Agreed. Patience pays. Nice. Trail stop. Yeah, I probably would trail it if it once it breaks here, the low of the day, and we're into this new low ground for the day, then I can start locking in. That's my plan. True. Yeah. because we know with the background, at any point it could hit high volume demand and go up. At any point it could go up because the background's bullish and just lower prices, but especially demand showing up. But yeah, it could be one of those quick moves that get bought into and pops back up, and you might want to trail it. Yeah, I'll give it to this point and see what it does. Nice little 30 pip target, and then if it breaks out 35 pips or so here, I can lock in something so that, you know what it is with also locking in pips is I like doing it where there's a reason to. So if it fails the breakout here and it does a fake breakout, a bullish pattern, then it hits your stop, your trailing stop. If it's a real breakout, you stay in it, right? I'll probably look for that kind of thing there. And then if it gets through here, I'm just looking for high volume demand and maybe whatever levels we can put in there. Try to hold it. Cool, cool. So we got, we could put this in the win category. Maybe small, maybe decent, maybe big. We'll find out. But a little something in the bank and no risk. So we got 3 wins and 0 loss for January so far. I did get out break even on that euro dollar last week. And the other 2 wins, right, we did live. And it was a euro dollar short. It was right after the live stream. I got out, it hit my break even. So 2 wins last week and a break even. And then so far this week is 1 win. The loss is not in our vocabulary. Yeah, it happens. It's rare. Nice. And here's our 1-to-1 risk reward from our entry. So we're getting into good territory. A bit of volume on here. But it's like whatever. You know, I'm not going to close it because of it. I'm not going to lock in some pips and then get kicked out too soon. So whatever, right? Again, coming in today with the bullish sentiment and having price so high up was the first thing I said. They didn't get a chance to accumulate very much on Friday. It was a reactionary move. They want this down move, kick out the buyers. Accumulate. And if we're wrong and the buyers don't show up, who cares? We got short. Noise. Volume in line with session, meaning what? Like on average, in line with what the average is? If that's what you mean, I'm not sure. We did have a low point here for a while. Getting in the weeds, getting the vice around my head. Oh, no, yeah. The thing is, I would imagine, remember, we're short in a bullish environment. Smart money's probably going to be buying into these down moves, working their way in. It would almost be weird to see down moves today that don't hit strength to some extent, you know. But the lower we go, the more we're likely to see it, but still, right? Still bullish in the background. Nice. How many people we got in here right now? 13. That's it. Oh, well. It was higher before. I think they got bored. No patience. Patience didn't pay them. $1 this guy does is complain and talk about this. You know what I'm gonna do for these for the stragglers? Here, I got something for these stragglers. I got something for the stragglers. Did that work? Oh, you're supposed to be seeing it on your... Where's the... A-cha-ching! London hour trade strikes again. I don't know if you guys see what I put on the chart. Let me check the stream. Oh, why is it not showing up? What changed? Hold on. Oh, I know. There you go. You should see that now. Can I get a hell yeah? Upgrades 2023. Let's go. I'm out here. I'm a force to be reckoned with, YouTubers. Watch the viewership triple. Got to put something shiny in front of them sometimes. All bets are off. You went long. You announced it, and then you disappeared. How are you, man? Hope you're all right. No regrets. Shiny happy people. That was REM and the girl from B-52s. Yeah. Man, what an innocent time for that to become a hit song. You took... Okay, no, I'm happy to hear that. You only took 5 pip loss. Okay, cool. Good, good, good. Now, never question me. I'm just kidding, man. No, I'm not. Not a competition. We eating out here. Thank you. Amen. So as far as managing, as far as information, we don't have strength here, and that would have been the issue for me to worry about it bouncing, or at least take action by listening to the chart. Chart says it's more likely to be a real breakout. The buyers that are going with the background, they're not here, are they? Now we're slightly below, and we know about fake breakouts. So let's see, right? But the lower the volume, the better here. It's likely to stop and pause and test unless there's some runaway move. So that's fine that it stops, but it's not a sign of strength, right, by any means. And we still have that guy all the way back there, which that volume has not been met yet. And this high volume led to lower prices as a result. Remember that one? This as well. So the chart says, and we can see the 1 minute. There. Slightly below, right? This is what we're going to tell us about buyers. Okay, a little buy activity. A little. Yeah. Maybe more than a little. But 1 minute information is helpful for decision making, but it's a little more detailed. But the 5 minute is really what I want to react to. So I'm not doing anything. Up 30 pips on the short. Oh yeah, we can start looking at other things now. Get off this damn chart. Oh, I'm happy. I'm not going to complain. Okay, it was worth the vice on my head. You said AU? Oh, okay. Yeah, like we saw at the time, right? It was likely to be a real breakout to the downside because volume didn't show strength at that key area and slightly below. Kind of what we're looking at now with the pound. But then it did that, and you're like, okay, it's bouncing off of nothing. You don't want to go long. You don't want to go short, right? And then, yeah, you pointed out the short entry here, like the scalp entry. But also, yeah, I looked at it, right, and I was like, yeah. Also, with the dead conditions, I didn't want to increase my risk right now. Generally, if this moves down, the pound's going with it. You know what I mean? US dollar popped. That's what we needed. This is surprising everybody who doesn't know how the market works. I thought the US dollar was weak, they say. What the heck is going on? We're coming for your stops. That's what's going on. And I know there's a bunch right here. Gonna be up 60, 70 pips by that point. Very good, very good. Like, comment, subscribe, hit the notification bell if y'all are making some good cash, or if you're learning how to make cash eventually. Nobody's losing up in here, that's for sure. When they say left, go right. Yeah, Owen. What do you think of Mr. Owen, who definitely by just that one statement you already know? So what do you think about this doom and gloom for the economy, then, if they say left and we go right? This terrible inflation, stagflation, terrible outlook for 2023. Recession. I might have to go right. Market looks bullish to me, generally. I think 2023 by March, now it doesn't matter. I'm just talking. I mean, I am holding long, other things, but Forex doesn't matter. But yeah, I think by March, April, markets will be up. And I think we'll end the year up a decent percentage increase in markets. And the average guy missed it because everybody told him recession. Everybody said no. Chart is life. Exactly. Charts don't lie. Exactly. And what doesn't lie is looking at the U.S. market. What doesn't lie is this. This does not lie. If you didn't have volume on the chart, who the heck knows? That's a lot of activity, and they didn't get to accumulate. Maybe some. Ooh. Now, of course, this is obvious. Oh, you want to buy, so we got to go for their stops. Come on, it's getting old, this game. If smart money wants to give you a real royal ass whooping, if you don't know what you're doing, right? Because you went along here. Nobody here would do that. Here's your royal ass whooping. These longs get their stop hit. These shorts get their stop hit. Nobody's in this up move but smart money. That is my smart money projection right now, give or take. Oh, I must have been wrong. It must be bearish. Do we get the game? I think so. I'm not dreaming these things up. This is what is being projected, you know? Seen them long enough to know. And a lot of you also. Bullish environment, and I come in shorting. Yep, that's right. They got to accumulate. They got to kick people out of their long positions. And so on. That is a good point there, yes. Market activity has doubled over the last 18 months. I didn't even notice that. That tells you something according to the charts volume. That, yep. Yeah, we may get a little too much buying here to make it out, right? A bit. We would have liked this volume to stay low. But it's not bad. As far as managing the trade, I'm going to do nothing. I would say if it tries to break again and maybe into new low ground again, and that has high volume, then I'll move my stop. Because then you're dealing with, again, a failed breakout, a bullish pattern, and volume behind it. So then that would increase the probability of moving up. So otherwise, I'm doing nothing. Listening to the chart. Chart is the truth. Exactly. And we jumped up in viewers ever since I put that up there. Maybe they'll endure the boredom. Do I need to be more entertaining? Or can I just help you make money? All right, guys, it's exciting stuff today in the FOREX market. Let's check the fundamentals. Yeah, guys. Come on, guys. We're going to get it, guys, today. I don't know why I have an accent. All right, do I have to talk like that? Or can we just make the money? Let's go, guys. Discount on the monthly course on the Pro Traders Room Discord newsletter. Multiplayer. Come on, let's put on some of that discotheque. What do I know about discotheque? Uh, nothing. I'm guessing that's like a late 70s, early 80s technology and disco. I don't know. You could also call the club the discotheque. Going down to the discotheque. So this is what we want, the down move to buy. It's a bonus from the Thank You London Hour trade that we're making money on the way down. Let's see if, when, where, how much buying shows up today for the long. All about the hunting stops, all about the accumulating. Again, that's just the plan. If things do not go according to plan, the chart will say so, right? It'll come down and you won't see strength. Or it'll move up and you'll see weakness and no strength. Or whatever it is. But when and if it does happen, you'll know. Oh, this is what we wanted. And we're trying to get dumb money to sell here. Come on, dumb money. They want lower prices. I sound young, but I'm actually an old man, yes. I'll be 50 in 3 years. I'm saying that now. Oh, God. What? I'm your dad. Yeah. Sir, I have to go to done some homework. Do what you got to do. Wix C. Enjoyed. Very good. Still in it. Very little risk left. Different experience in this trade. Enjoying a lot with you. Thanks a lot for giving me profits. Very welcome. Over the hill? Nah. How many push-ups can you do, Carbon? I think we're going to have a live stream push-up competition. Carbon's what, 28? I'm 47. Let's see who can do more push-ups. I'm going to royalty strike? Oh, because I used a sample off of Splice. That's all it takes. 25. Pathetic. You're 28 years old. You should do 100 push-ups. Like, not even. Hello. I don't want to mispronounce your name. Welcome. Oh, yeah, it says say hello in the chat now. There you go. It worked. Amazing. So we do this on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, most of the time. Free of charge. Education, learning, live trades. Hopefully it's less boring than trading by yourself. I actually prefer this. I've gotten used to trading this way. Doing it live. I feel like it's good karma. You know, help other people win. I'll win more. I don't know. Something in there. Great not being alone, yeah. I mean, even for me, I'll get bored. Imagine today, just sitting here by myself. I'm a human being like everybody else. Or watching something on YouTube. And then before you know it, I'm disconnected. I haven't been looking. There's a potential setup, and I'm like scrambling to or I miss it or whatever. Or I give up and go do something else, and then I miss the trade, you know. 3.5 hours it's been. It doesn't feel like it for me. What do we want to do with this guy, huh? I'm going to listen to the chart and leave my stop at break even. It's 25 pips away on this last little portion. Again, no regrets. No regrets. It says what? If I close the trade now for no reason and it continues down, that will be regrettable. If it comes up now and hits my break even, so what? This is crap and I made something rangy. So for me, that's my no regrets. I'm not going to have this hit my break even and go, oh, I should have closed it all here. Nah. Not listening to the chart. That would be out of illogical thinking. Eric, yes. If you're not already in a short trade now, GU, can you briefly describe what would let you go short based on the current chart? Yeah, sure. No regrets is the best, right? Helps you make every decision. If I was going to go short now, well, when you're in this situation, I go right to, I don't want to sell into a support and into the bottom of the range of the day. So it would either have to be a breakout. Again, this is the low of the day, so it's not just any level. And chasing that and getting short, like needing that to break. In generally, what's a bullish environment to the left? I don't want to be in that position. So the first thing is, like, we can't even get a close below, and that tells you, all right, there's not a lot of buying, but the selling isn't doing it either. But if we broke out, let's say, basically there's two options if I was going to go short now. This has to actually close below and break out. Do a little 5-minute leg, right? Make sure there's not large demand coming in. And what I like in this situation is the break, test, continuation pattern that meets up with, a lot of you guys already know this, the 14 EMA. So that would be ideal in this situation to not see, we could even make sure you're not seeing any high volume there. So that's about average, or low is good, all that. And looking for that break test continuation pattern, basically off the 14 EMA, which is also an entry in a trending environment that I can look for. And now they double up on that break test continuation and the 14 EMA. So as it pulls away from here, I'd be entering short there. And there's a certain behavior on these pullbacks that you're looking for. But that's the opportunity now that I would look for if I was looking to get short. Or, because that tells you, okay, you're selling into an area that showed not an issue with demand. So at least your trade is likely to try to break that, and then you can manage it at that point, move your stop break even, trim it down. It's likely getting to the next level off of that, whatever. So there's that. Pretty textbook. And the other option, if I was going to go short, is if price moves up and, oh my gosh, hits weakness. Which is similar to, of course, the setup that we already got. Let's say price moves up. Now, I don't like messing with the middle of ranges. And that's what all this is here. But the top of the range can very often be weakness, take breakout. And that's where you want high volume selling to come in. And look for the short there. Off of high volume weakness, lack of demand on a test, if you know what that is from VSA. And look to short that. There. Off of the test. So by my entry rules, those would be the two opportunities. If this wasn't a range, I could look for weakness in this area, but yeah, middle of range. Not a great area. But generally, as expected today, was the down move and then strength and looking to buy, especially as we get into U.S. session. Generally, what's a weak U.S. dollar? It is likely to be weak again today. Likely, but you have to see. And that would simply mean, as far as trading with the background, strength, bullishness, markup, Wyckoff VSA stuff, markup into reaccumulation, Wyckoff, and looking for that wherever that may be, hunting some stops. So that would be ideal for today. But if the chart says something else, then it says something else. Very welcome. What else is going on? So yeah, it's really that. If we move down and down and down, okay, I got something at least on there. And if we hit strength, then yeah, we got that today. And the only way I would be going short today, besides the London hour trade, which is its own specific thing early, especially as we get into US session, the only way I'd be going short is up move into high volume climactic weakness. Not something I invented, that is VSA. I trade similar to VSA. I use some things from it. If I was going short today, right, this is the longs getting out and weakness coming in, then I'd be able to look to short. Man, wouldn't that get everybody too who's chasing long positions, looking at this stuff, right, and buying here? Terrible place to buy. We're talking about buying here. Terrible place to buy. And of course, we don't know what you're doing. You're probably going to buy right there saying, oh, it's an uptrend breakout. But that's typically how trends end, which you may know. A lot of you know that. And climactic weakness coming in there. So something like that could change the whole plan. It would take some high volume weakness to change the bullish plan. That's generally with the US dollar pairs. Yens are also bullish. Maybe not as much. I'll probably end the stream soon. Maybe give it a little more time on the pound if I want to manage it here. And basically, though, as long as volumes are flat, there's not much to do except maybe a scalp entry. But a lot of them, especially middle of the range, is going to give you no scalp entry, right? Those are for trending moves with momentum. So you really don't want to do that in the middle of ranges, once again. So you don't like the middle of ranges. Yes, we get it. Correct. Like equilibrium. It's like the least predictable thing on a chart is when price is ranging. Volume is like, meh, here's a little of this, a little of that, whatever. And you're in the middle. The worst spot to make a prediction. And you can get stuck there for hours. Yeah, it's generally weak yen as well. AJ. No carbon. Excellent. Crap. Yes, yeah, I did. Yes, that's what I did, carbon. Right. Blocking you. A few high volume bars to the left. That's all. If you're talking about here, 4 hour, 1 hour, 15 minute, 5 minute, 1 minute, whatever. That is Friday's news and the very, very bullish stuff going on there. I'm talking about that. It's all the same story, same story, same story, same story, same story everywhere. Friday, things turn bullish off the news. We're most likely coming down to reaccumulate. There's one story in the market. The US dollar and the yen is doing the same thing as it often does, not such a far extent. Weak US dollar, weak yen. So you could have a situation where something's going on with the Australian dollar, something's going on with the pound, or this and that. But that's going to be short-lived. It's going to have less of an impact. And the storyline of the market is bullish, 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 bullish. And it's all very similar patterns where we moved up off of Friday. You could look at gold, you could whatever. You can look at freaking Bitcoin. I think did the same thing Friday. Yeah. Right. There's one story. It's that simple. And Bitcoin saw some weakness, of course. Pain in my ass. But even there, you know, the U.S. dollar-driven thing. Mr. Owen, good to see you. See you on the next one. You know what I mean, Eric? This is the thing. I'm not trying to sound like an ass at all. I'm saying this in the nicest, most respectful way possible. Very often, or at least sometimes, all the charts are telling the same story, same story, same story, same story. And then someone will say, hey, Pete, what do you think of this one? Same. This is the one thing that's going on in the market. You know what I'm saying? And then I'll do an analysis on the dollar pairs, and someone will say this happened today. Again, I'm saying this in the nicest way possible, just so people understand. Well, Pete, go look at gold. It's the same Friday news, same. You know what I mean? Know the story. Sometimes it is that simple. It's all about the dollar, and the yen is correlating with the dollar. So it's all about the U.S. dollar and yen weakness. It doesn't mean we have to go up against them in a straight line. That means if we come down, it could be an opportunity to buy against them, and so on and so on. Same. Hashtag same. It's like, how's the weather today? Rain. Okay, what if I walk 20 feet over here? How's the weather? Same. It's the same. Same thing. Same circumstances. That's a weird example. You get my point. It's nice to have such a simple story in the market. And this is why, if you notice, 75% of the time or whatever or more, you have a general correlation between, euro dollar, Australian dollar, pound yen, right? Like the six that I trade mainly. And that's because the US dollar and the yen are most often driving the market, and very often they're correlated. So you just can have a very bullish or bearish outlook environment, and then each chart is just a variation on the same story. So yeah, the pound will be weaker, or this will be stronger, or whatever, but that's not driving the market. That's short-lived stuff. When I got short the pound, here's a case in point today. When I got short the pound, and after being in short for a little while, particularly after, otherwise I may not have taken the short, the pound was behaving a little more bullish than the other pairs. There was some buying on the pound today. We were sitting in this waiting for it to come down while others did come down or whatever, right? And shit. And especially for this trade, the London hour trade, you want the pound to be the reason for the trade. But what bailed us out is the US dollar made its move. And that stuff is short-lived, and it's not really the main story. You don't have to worry about it so much. It's a factor in your trading, but it's typically not the main story. Here we go. So again, I left the trade open, stop at break even. I did nothing to it here because the chart didn't say to do anything. Now we're up 35 pips. Not trying to get a signal. I say, oh, absolutely. I appreciate your trying to understand and learning. Very good. I just needed to hammer home that point. You know what I'm saying? It's not directed at you. It's like, generally that keeps coming up. Just as a general thing to say. Could trade a basket, right? Or you could trade a basket, or let's say we're buying today against the U.S. dollar later, right? Because the U.S. dollar is, okay, look like it's going to be weak. Here we go. We're buying against the U.S. dollar. It's into U.S. session. Let's say that happens today. Which one do you pick? Okay, you could do the basket, right, and kind of average it out. Or you could say, okay, which is strongest at this moment right now? I get a little extra help on my long trade against the U.S. dollar. What's the strongest? Oh, it's the euro. Look at the euro index. Look at the euro versus other things. You're saying, it's having more of an up move, or there's more strength on that chart, or whatever it is. Then you have a nice matchup. Okay, you expect the U.S. dollar to be weak, and the euro looks stronger than the pound and the Australian dollar. Look at those charts, EA and stuff, right? And then that helps me pick. And that really does have a better outcome. It is definitely connected. So if you have one that's weak, well, what's strongest? If they're all kind of setting up, I'll take the one that looks, the best match. You could have a situation in a basket trade where one pair is really weighing you down. Because, the U.S. dollar is weak and everything's moving up. But what if the euro's really weak also today? And that doesn't move up very much, or it sags, or it ranges. Well, the others move up because it's just particularly weak. And that could drag you down a little bit on a basket trade. Basket, by the way, if people don't know, it just means that you're buying a whole handful of, you're putting all the pairs in a basket. If we're bullish against the U.S. dollar, you split it up among different pairs looking to buy against it, that sort of thing. But again, I think it makes sense to pick the pair that has the best chance, the most strong currency versus the dollar. And that may be short-lived, only for 45 minutes until a different pair is stronger against the U.S. dollar. But whatever, it helped your trade go, and that was the best entry, That tends to be more short-lived. That's not really the storyline. All right, good stuff today. Even though it was a little slow going. Use an aspirin after looking at that GU chart there. It was stuck. You're in a euro dollar sell, contemplating going long. That sounds about right. Are you new here, saying HD? Pronouncing your name wrong. Apologies. Don't think I recognized your name. Just wondering. Yeah, generally it's bearish right now, but our background is bullish. Smart money is hunting your stops on those that are long, chasing the bullish environment. We hunt, we kill. We take. Evil laugh. Ha ha ha. I'll tell you right now, the average person, they're long and they got sweaty palms, right? Right, guys? Got sweaty palms. Wipe your hands off. Relax. A little strength showing up there. A little bit there. Oh, this was my plan now. That's right. Now I can start locking in pips. Remember that? Pete, how are you so patient? Because you just have a plan and you do it. You don't do anything else. The end. Okay, so at this point, my stop entry was 70 to 170. We're up almost 40 pips on the short, partial position. Stop loss was at break even. And basically the logic is, again, if this fails the breakout, this was a little premature to do, right? But now we've broken out. If it fails and comes back into the... get out of the trade here. Don't let it, right? what, 45? Lock in 25 pips? At least, right? Put it at 40 and lock in 30 pips? Yeah, I'm going to do that. Let's make it 43 for good measure. That's going to make sure that we actually pop up back into the old range. So the stop loss locking in about 27 pips at 12143 on the pound dollar short. Locking it in. So that's the plan that I said back here I was going to do, and there I did it. Yeah, as I say, I don't know about some of the newer people in here and what they know, but using volume to show us when buyers are going to show up. And, ooh, they will likely show up. But not yet. And seeing where that is, and it's usually not in a random area. Euro dollar, if I was short, I would be certainly looking at this. And your first piece of information to tell you about buyers, well, actually, there's some demand right there. I'd be a little nervous on that short if I had risk. Because there is some excessive volume into lower prices, so there's certainly some large buying into there. It doesn't mean we immediately pop up and we could see a buying into the down moves and all that. But in this bullish environment, I'm not really surprised. But if you start closing down and volume goes back to normal, it's likely going to go down more. But if I was short, yeah, this is an area where I'm really going to tell you about buyers. Any high volume rejection off of this could be the start of the up move. So we already know, going into today, talked about that. Stop losses are here on a lot of long positions, and they were likely to at least go after that. They want to accumulate lower. Kick everybody out who thinks they're so smart for buying. Seems like less strength on the pound. I don't know. A bit lucky on that, huh? I'll take it. But you said 107.10 and 107. Okay, so what was that? Oh, 107.10. There you go. And 107. There you go. Exactly. But again, there is strength here, and this could be the low of the day. I'm just saying, especially if we get a close back on that fake break. Just telling you what the charts are saying. In a bullish environment, this gets me to consider looking for a long entry. Hasn't confirmed all that yet, but, you know, as we know, if price is moving down on this volume, and then suddenly the volume increases, and it stops the move, demand, 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 buyers, buyers, buyers. Otherwise, the increase in activity would speed it up. So if you get that reaction to it, it could be the low of the day. Because the environment is so bullish and a fake break, so stop hunt has occurred, or we may get the fake break, yeah. But sometimes you see them, you know, as I said earlier too, in this environment, you're going to expect buyers to show up at lower prices. They may buy all the way down, but, you know, at that point, I wouldn't want to be shorting. I wouldn't want to have risk on. And we sold here, baby. Off a weakness, London hour trade. By the way, if you're new here, this trade that we took short today right here, actually after they closed, so it was there. I have a video called London Hour Trade, and it explains the entry rules of that trade, which is self-contained, but then also using the rest of our analysis to help confirm. Do I have much faith in the volume indicator? My livelihood depends on it, so I would say yes. Mr. Sam. The indicator itself Maybe you're asking about that. Nah, who cares? I don't know. I got that. It's got some colors. I reversed them. I made the red green and the green red, whatever. If you're talking about the volume indicator, this thing, green and red, and I don't know. You know, it's colorful. We don't need it. The only thing it's doing is, you know, if volume is high into down moves, it's green. If volume's high into up moves, it's red, right? There's our sell from today, red, whatever. You'd see anyway that it's high volume into a high price, weakness. You don't need it. You didn't know those one? Oh, you didn't know generally that there's volume in spot forex that you could use. So you're asking that. Yes, that debate has ended. There used to be a debate. Oh, you can't use volume. There is no volume in forex. Pete's a clown. He's a clown. There is no volume in forex. The luckiest clown ever. I'll take it. Well, lucky ass clown. Yeah. I mean, you could use futures volume and you'll see a lot of the same story and a lot of the same things, information. So you could use futures volume. I did check that out. Of course, I looked at everything over the years. I didn't find any use to have that as well. I even had it on my chart, like along with the spot volume. The misconception is that this is one of the dumbest rumors that got around, was the volume for spot forex here that you're not supposed to use or something is the volume of people trading with that particular broker, which is absolutely ridiculous. That would mean their prices are different. That would mean their ticks are different. I mean, everything's different from one broker to the next. It would be much less consistency between brokers. I bet if you look at any broker, you're going to see that volume right there, unless you got some weird price feed. Any broker is going to show you that. So does that mean everybody trading on every broker all went short into that up move? All the little guys had a consensus? Like, what does that? It doesn't even make any sense. But the reality of it is it's tick activity. So every time there's a change in price tick, which like in MT4 you actually have that like on record. You can actually, I think, go and look at each tick as data. So each price tick adds an amount. So you're talking about activity. It's just activity. Volume means amount, right? Amount of decibels is volume of sound. So this is just amount of activity in the market. And it's the same thing where if big money's doing something or not doing something. Also, big money doesn't just enter in one spot. They tend to have to work their positions in. And it gets very jumpy price. The tick activity really picks up when they're doing stuff. So there's no hiding that. The old there's no volume in Forex debate brings back memories. I think all those people gave up arguing with me. Again, all along the way, right? Because not only was the weakness to get in, and it was also telling me this is likely to break, right? Because the volume didn't increase in an area that could have brought buy activity if you know where to look. Didn't happen there. It says hold on to the trade, right? We're up almost 50 pips on this thing. Yeah. So, Sam, yeah, you may have heard of those things or whatever, those misconceptions, yeah. Very welcome. If you think of it very simply, that lower prices may attract buyers. Lower prices always tell you about buy activity, but then also at particular spots, like right below, at and particularly below support, But if you keep that in mind, then you look at this and say, well, here's a low price, right? Is there volume coming in? Is there price rejection? No, and really no. Look how very little buying there is at this low price. And then look at the next candle, the next bar. Fell off a cliff. It didn't take a lot of selling for this to happen. There was such little buying. Now we're into new low ground again. What is that going to tell us? Well, the volume may kick up really high. And then we start moving up as a result. All right, we found our buyers. Maybe I'll move my stop down further, right? Whatever. And once you get that stuff down, higher prices tell you about sellers, lower prices tell you about buyers, activity-wise. Of course, that's how the big money's working. Can't hide their activity. They're looking to buy low, sell high. If you know where to look for them again, especially, then yeah, that's a lot of it right there. Very welcome. All right, so I think I'll end the stream. We already know what we're looking for today. Chart has to confirm it, nothing guaranteed, but the mind of the smart money right now is go hunt the stops. They're at lower prices. Kick those buyers out. I'll take that from you. And then we can mark up. If anything changes, we'll know it. Right? If the volume isn't showing buyers, then there's no buy. If the up move show weakness, then no buy. I would look to sell off weakness then, whatever the chart says. But that's what it is for the rest of the day. Nice one again today. Oh, I was talking about volume in Forex. Not this particular indicator with colors, but generally using volume in Forex, in spot Forex. That is 100% reliable. I like it. I like tick activity volume. Because there's futures volume, which is about a third of the market. It's not the whole thing, but you see real volume. But, no, I prefer this. That's what we were talking about. Pete, you're a clown. Yeah, there is no volume as far. This is me in 2008. But look. No, you're a clown. Luckiest clown ever. I'll take it. No, it's real deal. Real deal. All right, guys. Back at it tomorrow. Usual time, 45 minutes into the London session. Yeah, we got a little strength here, so maybe I'll bring my trail down a little more. It's all good. Maybe I'll see you in the Discord. And see you tomorrow. Thanks for attending. Been fun. See you guys. Very welcome. Thank you, Carbon. Yes, hit like. To help spread the word, I believe, so they say. Unless you want to keep it a secret. I mean, that's all right, I guess. Later, guys.